Welcome back to the Hotel Orloff. Sorry I'm late. Unforeseen circumstances. Waiting to see Donald Trump's rally at 2 o'clock today in Las Vegas. First rally since he was convicted, quote unquote. So this should be pretty cool. Let's see what these people are saying in the chat. Friar Tuck is, I guess, waving. Myers says, walking back from the deli. Missing Mars says, Gratu, where are you? And Justin says, waiting for Gratu by Samuel Beckett. Yes, indeed. I'm live streaming, but I'm gonna go around and say hi to people and then just boogie. I think is nasty out here. Yeah, I mean it's hot out. It's hot out, but people are still coming out. They're spraying themselves down. They got their iced coffee, their waters. But listen, you've gone all over the place. You were telling me just a minute ago how you've been to pretty much all these West Coast events that President Trump has done. His Las Vegas. He had another rally here at a church in Las Vegas back in January. But how does this crowd size now compare to even just a couple of months ago? This is massive. This is like the gathering of the Magalos, like some sort of insane clown posse tour. All the fake merchandise, the fake Trump merch, and all the people we never see at county meetings. None of the people that are involved in campaigns, but what will show up for Donald Trump is amazing. I've never seen this many people. Usually just the insiders get to go, but yeah, we have it outdoors at a park where they don't have to pay for it. As many people as can show up as possible. It's going to look great. Wow, I've never heard Donald Trump rally compared to an insane clown posse show. Does man insane? What was he saying? Muggalos? Are those the fans of Insane Clown Posse? That guy must be a fan of that group. I don't know if I've ever really. I don't even know what their music really sounds like. Taking trash out. Doing important things here on a Sunday. I also need to get some stuff from the supermarket here before we begin this television program. Even if there's going to be an election in November, they can activate all those people. Like, it doesn't take a large group of people. Okay. Oh, shit. Pardon my language. Sorry. They're giving away free furniture down the street. Let's go look at it. Never mind. I think that it's nothing worth it. Okay. Gotham City Comics says hello. Yeah, my wife Cleo sent a text to Kevin at Gotham City Comics. He's wanting to call.
This year, they can definitely help you out on Tax Network USA.
I need a new Davenport.
On your screen. That is 1-800.
What does a Davenport mean again?
1-800-357.
Oh, it's a type of furniture. Yeah.
You can also go to tnusa.com/.
Well, I gotta get some dog food. Might as well do that now. Last Frontier Comics says greetings. Hello, Last Frontier Comics. I need to. So you sell on eBay? Where do you sell your wares? Last Frontier Comics. I meant to ask you that yesterday. So we're going down in the elevator to the garage. Oh yeah, Davenport's a couch. That's right. Yeah. Well, this furniture's been out in the rain. Well, it hasn't rained that much, but it's been. There was a chair. Well, weekend before last, I saw some of this furniture out there, and we were coming back from this miserable Planet of the Apes movie, and um, and so we stopped, and I put a chair in the back. But right as I was about to put the chair in the back of the car, a gigantic spider crawled out of it. And my wife says, "No, we don't need to be bringing furniture in. This fabric that could have bed bugs, that's so didn't we put it back, and but they put a round wood table out the other day, and yesterday, and in private sales. What time periods comics do you have? Do you have comics from the 50s and 60s, or more recent, or because it would be cool for you to come on the show and show off some of the stuff you're selling. You might be able to avoid having to pay eBay fees, but selling someone directly on here. Not that we have that many people watching. 14 people. That's kind of miserable. Anyway, yes, dude.
Now for a few weather conditions around the region. In Grand Island.
What are people saying here? A, a grut. A gratu and all here visiting scenic rural retreat, Virginia. I hope everyone is feeling groovy. Having a very late breakfast and going to attempt to power wash the house. I'll be the water wizard. That's pretty cool. Golden Age to 1990s, says Last Frontier. Missing Mars. Hey, Kevin, Charlton Fryer. There's a link. Let me see if it's still there. This is an actual radio station that I listen to here. It's pretty cool. Um, on oldies, it's an oldies country station. Sunday morning they play old country gospel. It's fantastic. Can you imagine turning on the radio and hearing this, man? Garfield is playing at the movie theater. That I saw the trailer. It didn't look very good, honestly. All right. Yes, I'm the same.
Saturday, partly sunny. A chance of showers and
Ridiculous.
thunderstorms, mainly in the morning. Highs in the mid-80s. Chance of rain 40%. Again, the forecast recording Bedford, Mount Ayr, surrounding locations for highs in the lower 80s. North winds 10 to 15 miles an hour. These are the 11 a.m. conditions for the Crofton area. At the Crofton Airport, it was sunny. I was.
Mondays loves lasagna. Yeah, if it was a good Garfield movie, but it's like Garfield meets the apocalypse, instead of just being around the house like in the comic strip, it's like he's up against Snoop Dogg playing the devil or something. I don't know, maybe that something like that. It's something ridiculous. They have to make everything into some apocalyptic video game for the crayon eating public. Okay, well, I guess I'll head on into this Dollar General for a moment. Guten Tag, says Dr. Fives. Um, I shall return. Oh, where'd the... You guys fell down while I was gone. Let's see. What's wrong with you? Love your drive-in, says Eric Breen. Dr. Five says, thanks, Eric. Camera down. Question mark? Last night I read Billy Batson and the Magic of Shazam, says Meyer. It's an all-ages title from 15 years ago that I never read. I enjoyed the first issue. Huh, well, that's good. I always just kind of think, boy, I'd like to have 1940s Captain Marvel stuff. But I can't afford it. You know, maybe reprints of it. That sounds like fun stuff to read. Sure enough. All right, air conditioning. The 1970s revival of Captain Marvel, which was called Shazam, with one mighty word, Shazam, the original Captain Marvel. When they still called him Captain Marvel and not Shazam, they brought CC back, and he was mad as a hornet. You know, they pull DC sues Fawcett. Captain Marvel stops publication in the 50s, and then 20 years later, now DC owns Captain Marvel, and they bring him back and get the original artist, writer, to come back and draw after they effed him over 20 years before, and everyone was excited about it. There, all the speculators bought up first issue of Shazam in 1972, 73. And it turned out that, Captain Marvel didn't really work like he did back in the Golden Age when he was actually outselling Superman for a time. But there was a TV series that started from Filmation, a live-action TV show that is well remembered by people my age from the 70s, lasted for a few seasons. Yeah, Filmation, the guys at Filmation must have been probably our age in the 70s, and they were nostalgic for the heroes of their youth, so they would, bring back these old characters like Captain Marvel, Flash Gordon, Tarzan. Who else did they bring back in Filmation cartoons? Hoping that they take off with the children of the 70s. There's some other characters I'm missing, I'm forgetting about, but they were definitely. I think they did a Lone Ranger cartoon also. It was all. Oh, I didn't look at the furniture this time. All right, shit. Okay, all right.
For about 6 days, I am neither Bible nor prayer book, but I hope to satisfy you, sir, with the purity of my intentions. And with that, the boy started on the story. You see, sir.
Okay, so yeah, hey,
It reminds me that there is but one God. And the dude.
Last Frontier Comics. Do you have, by any chance, for sale, a DC comic from 1972, based on the Laurel and Hardy cartoon series by Larry Harmon? That is a comic from my childhood. It's significant to me. I don't know why it's significant to other people, but it was the very first comic book I actually bought on my own, where I walked to the store and paid my 20 cents to the lady and then walked back. Actually, we were staying in a officers' quarters or something because we were just about to move from Germany to Virginia. How about that? Shit! I dropped one of the chocolate bars on the floor of the garage. I don't want the dog to eat that. Son of a. What a shame. What a travesty. What a Kay Luskin. It's one of the worst disasters of the world. Of the humanity. And it's all your fault. You people in the chat. You horrible people in the chat. Going back to look at the furniture. They had a stereo console RCA, but it was all it already been rained on. And those things are heavy. And I had no idea if it already worked. Let's look at this pile of furniture again. Well, it's a little bitty tiny chair here now. No, this stuff's not in good shape. There's a bulletin board with old newspaper stuff. Do I need a bulletin board? No, I don't have room for that. What is it's there's some books here. I have this etiquette book. These books have gotten wet. Ugh. They're all wet. What is the deal with this? I think I'm gonna maybe take this truck. Christmas tree stand could be helpful too. Some rusty chairs. Yeah. Well, the shopper rushes home with his treasures. What do you think this truck is? It's this. Do you think it opens up for action figures or something, or Hot Wheels? These Reese's peanut butter sticks are half melted, so I've got chocolate all over my fingers. I hate food that leaves a residue on your fingers. So I hate Cheetos, and I can't stand that. I want food that's solid, that does not leave any residue on your fingers. If it does, you have to eat it with a knife and fork. Yeah. Christmas tree stand. All real Americans should have a Christmas tree stand. I've been fabricating other things. Okay. All right. Let's load up the elevator. That's dog food. Put that in. And drinking water. Somebody's trying to come in? No. I know some of you might come in to visit me on the show. But it's busy today. Looks like. Oh yeah, that should be everything. Well, it's a matter of obstacle course. Stepping over all this junk. Oh shit, junk. Okay. Um, okay, I gotta wash my hands, get all this chocolate off my hands. See what people are saying here. All right. Last Frontier, I will get on it. Do you have an issue number? I think it's, yeah, there's only one issue number. I think I found one, August 1972, mid grade. Oh, well, that sounds perfect because if that comic book had survived, I don't know what happened to it in my collection since I bought it. Um, Buying it at the end of, I guess I got it probably May or early June of 1972. I would imagine if it had survived in my collection from that age, it would probably be at mid grade. Maybe that's my childhood copy. Why am I taking on stuff the elevator? I got to take it right back up to the attic. I might as well leave it here. Um, I've got some other comics I'm looking for. What would the value of that be, Last Frontier? Because I don't know why, but I think that comic has developed some value. Um, but I'm not exactly sure why that is. Um, Sometimes I wonder not that I have that many people watching this channel, but sometimes when I talk about something a lot, I wonder if it creates the illusion that there's actually a demand for it. Ouch! That bottle of Coke just hit me in the ankle. I'm also looking for some Bob Hope comics with monsters on the cover. I have some, but I need them all.
I've never been in politics, but I'm down for Trump. I'm a soldier in the army of the Lord. And I believe Almighty God.
That's a good line. I'm a soldier in the army of the Lord.
Well, God bless you, sir. I mean, we have many.
That's a good line because that way,
Exactly why we're
that's
here.
a good line.
That's
I'm not knocking it. I'm not being sarcastic. I mean, that really is a good line. Because sometimes you can kind of feel like you are a soldier.
We got to keep the president, his family in our prayers.
Okay.
Excellent. Well, that's incredible. All right, so we're gonna head back
All right.
now. We're gonna cut back, I think, to Vanessa, right? And
$20 to $40 range. Ooh.
Be setting up.
Well, I'd still
Press rider, so we'll take it from here.
be interested in that. It would just be probably a month before I could afford that. But I don't know if you get a lot of call for that particular issue. It's just something that means something to me. I have a list upstairs, I think, on a piece of paper of other things that comics I've been looking for. I guess I could read that list to you. Okay, so I pulled in this truck. I have no idea what it is. But you know, it's just one of those insane things that people do. I scavenged this truck.
With the birth group and Philip, you know, we got a lot of course.
We'll take a look at the truck.
Rick Mason's coming against us. So what is the
Oh, they're doing a commercial here on Right Side Broadcasting. I can edit that out. See, what I'm doing is I'm recording off of YouTube the all-day coverage of the Trump rally because that's just one of my insane hobbies, and so I can actually edit this part out. Okay.
Protect and preserve, and that's what we specialize in at Birch.
Okay, so here's the truck. It appears to be a carrying case. Let's open this thing up.
Why we're seeing central banks around the world buying more gold today.
You guys have any idea what this stupid thing is, man?
Can the Fed cut rates still while inflation is so high?
Look, it
Needs to be washed.
Situation. You know, the problem that the Fed have now is number one.
How do you open it?
If you look at the economic indicators, alarm bells are now starting to ring. The Fed instinct at that point, of course, would be to cut interest rates. The problem being, of course, is dumpster fire of inflation that the Fed are really struggling to sort of work down. So
come on, how do you open this? What's in this thing?
The economy, they're going to have to drop interest rates, but that's going to lead to another spike in inflation. There's almost no direction to turn at the moment. It's very tough for the Fed.
What are your thoughts about the BRICS nations and plus, right? In the sense of so many countries.
This is an exact replica of the
India, China,
of what Night Tiger drives.
People are starting to really realize that they're trying to.
Maybe I could trade this to him for some Golden Age comics.
It absolutely is. That we have made, I think, a series of poor decisions through aggressive.
I don't know how to open this thing.
Domestically, we're making it all unattractive on the international
This
stage. The BRICS now.
maybe it's not supposed to. It's gotta be supposed to open.
Their dollar holdings, if they make a decision.
What's in this stupid?
Putting on liabilities overnight, so they're now aiming and pushing to de-dollarize. The problem that the BRICS have, though, is
You would think it opens here, but there in front it doesn't seem like it opens.
rupees, and that's where gold's coming in. See, the more gold they buy, it allows them to de-dollarize their dumping.
Maybe it's not supposed to open.
Gold gives them the stability that they need for an internet.
Yeah, I don't think it's supposed to open.
And I've also heard.
But I think it's supposed to just be carried.
Interest rates are the only thing standing between.
It's really kind of a pretty stupid toy.
Value. Is that really true?
But you know what would look really good is Gotham City comic stickers on it, maybe. I don't know. What do you guys think?
Today we're approaching 35 trillion.
What are people talking about? Optimus Prime. Is this Optimus Prime? Are you kidding me? Last Frontier. I will send it out. Consider it an appreciation for hours of entertainment. Are you kidding me? That would be great. No, don't open spider eggs. Yeah, that's actually possible. I probably should put this in the garage. What do you guys think? Yes, Gotham. Yes, Gotham stickers on. I mean, you could decorate this and make it look cool. But I thought it was like something that would open up and be like a Hot Wheels carrying case or something. But I don't think that's the case.
What, the number 2 reserve asset? What's going on there?
Okay.
It's same type of thing, right? So it's not
Okay,
so much
fantastic,
because the
incredible.
market euros are
Well,
winning.
first thing I got to do is pick up that chocolate bar that's on the floor of the garage before it melts and before the dog gets into the garage and eats it, because chocolate is supposed to be very bad for dogs. So, responsible. Trash bag here. But I've got a list of comics that I can read to you. And do you have like a computer database, or do you go physically looking in boxes to find out what you got? Let's see. The Library 88. Hi, all. Watch listening while I work. P.S. Nice gift from Last Frontier. Yeah, no shit. No shoot. I've been looking for that practically all my life. I don't know at what point it disappeared. And it's like, why would 1 or 2 comics from my collection disappear? It's very, very mysterious. All right, so this is the vehicle in question. What do you guys know about this thing? I don't know. I just couldn't leave it behind. I know it's stupid. Oh, actually, I see. It's not supposed to open that way. It's supposed to open this way, and then it displays cars. See, look, that's where you put Hot Wheels cars. And that shouldn't be opening. That's broken. So someone's colored this with crayon. What this toy needs is a bath and an enema. No, it just needs to be cleaned out. Then I can put Hot Wheels cars in it. Fantastic. Why did you guys not know that? You guys should have been able to tell me that. You guys are supposed to be collectors. You're supposed to be looking out for me. Okay, well, we got some trash in the trash bag. Gotham City Comics, Last Frontier, there's very kind of you. Library 88, yes, it is. I'll watch / listening while I work. P.S. oh yeah, I already read that one. Thank you. Yes, thank you, Last Frontier. Incredible. Anyone want to come on? Did I put the link in the chat? Let me make sure I did. Copy. Post comment. I probably came on too late for people to come on. I think Eric Breen was talking about coming on. Meyer was talking about coming on, but it may be I delayed too long. All right. So we got a truck here. We need to have a Trump rally here in the garage soon. I think maybe we should have a party when Trump wins. Here in the garage, in the house. You guys are all welcome to come here to Gold Retreat, Virginia. What's that Hulk behind you? It's some teacher painted based on these. He copied it from somewhere. He would make these marble. You want me to show it to you? It was a gift from someone. He just paints. He painted stuff on styrofoam, and he would give them out as gifts. And he had this Hulk one, and he said, "Here, you can have it." Back from. But then I thought, oh, this guy's got an interesting style. And then I saw there was an artist. He copied his style 100% just from this one artist. So I don't know. Can you see this? It's it was a gift. I didn't feel like throwing it away, but is it cool enough to display inside the house? No, not really, but it's almost cool. Truckers for Trump sticker on it. Yeah, absolutely. That's what I gotta do. You get that. That is a great idea. I got to take. Okay, I'm gonna go get that list of comics since nobody's coming on, and while Les Frontier is here, I'll pick his brain whether he's got any of that stuff in stock. Sorry, I almost fell right over. Um, I'm bumping into things all over the place today. I was gonna do some organizing of comics today, but I should. Gotta wash my hands again. But I kind of want to watch the coverage of the Trump rally. I mean, I think this is this is pretty significant in history. It's the first time in history someone has been convicted of BS, bullshit, ridiculous charges. But it's technically, there are other sides like crowing and putting up billboards. Look, he's a convicted felon. But okay, so a convicted felon is having a gigantic rally in Las Vegas. And then when Biden tries to do a rally, he's going to draw about 12 people, and they're going to be people that work for him. So, not to be political or anything, because we're impartial here. We're not really for your side here on the Gratu Orloff channel. Just kidding. Okay, where is my list? Mm. Oh, it's in the other room. That's yeah. The power went out again, and I have to reset this clock. It's ridiculous. Okay, was it in here? Is this it? No, that's not it. Oh, this could be it. Yes. All right. Here's my list. Go downstairs. Let me check my Wi-Fi.
He was
All right, can you hear me?
courtroom watching the testimonies of people, the jurors who testified and gave their, accounts of what happened and literally what didn't happen. And on the day that the verdict was read, so tell us what was
Well, I need a drink, and when it's hot outside, it's a good time for Dr. Pepper. It's today's light and lively taste. You know, it's not a cola or a root beer. It's the light and lively taste that you'll cheer. Take it from Dick Clark, Richard Speck, and Donna Lauren, and Gratu Orloff. Dr. Pepper is today's hep drink. Drink it at 10, 2, and 4. Put a Dr. Pepper in your tank. How about that? Dr. Pepper. Our sponsor, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, what people talk about here, man? Says, Last Frontier, are you the same seller that has the same name on eBay? Says Dr. Fives. I would say that's a good bet, but let's wait and see what answer. Hopefully he's still watching because I got this long list. Okay. He says, yes, I am indeed. Okay. Comic LF. Oh, Last Frontier. Okay. Here's the books I'm looking for. Do you have monster magazines? First of all, do you also stock monster magazines? That's a very important question to ask. Because man does not live by comic books alone. Well, it's not quite 10 o'clock, and it's not 2 o'clock yet, because if it was 2 o'clock, Donald Trump would be speaking. But he says, no, not now. What about old Mad magazines?
were you able to see his reaction when the verdicts were read?
And how do you obtain new stock? Do you advertise? How do you bring people to you to? There are issues with the video cutout, so I didn't quite see how he looked there, but he's strong. He's always maintained a very strong demeanor all throughout. Okay, here's stuff I'm looking for.
He was inside the courtroom.
I'm looking for old Three Musketeers comics from DC from the 50s or early 70s. I mean, I have some. He says I can get them if I don't.
Invest in your savings.
Three Musketeers is a comic that most comic stores are not going to stock. They're not going to stock that title, but it's something that I'm nostalgic for. The early 70s reprints of Three Musketeers. As a kid, I had no idea they were reprints of a comic from the 50s, but boy, do I like that comic.
National defense or Medicare. And it's only getting worse as big government can.
So, Three Musketeers.
So much money. That's why savvy investors, central banks.
And do you have any copies of Rudolph, the DC Comics Rudolph that came out yearly in the 50s? And I have Rudolph number 8 here listed. They got this list. And some reason Rudolph number 8 looked like something like. I've got some of the big treasury editions from the 70s of Rudolph, but I don't have any of the original 50s issues, and that's something I should acquire for the acquisitions of Dr. Orloff. Yeah, Dr. Fives, that movie screen, if you haven't seen his new video last night, fantastic. There are inflatable movie screens that you can get at Amazon.com for $100. I was thinking of putting one in this room, and I've got a video projector and DVD player on a moving 50s kitchen cart on wheels that I was going to wheel out here and watch movies. We don't have a big enough backyard. We used to, but here, not a big enough backyard to run movies. But I could also run movies in the garage once I fix the garage up.
Paul mentioned there was a Facebook post. Judge Mershon sent a letter to the prosecution and the defense.
Oh, someone liked something of mine on Instagram, and it makes a big.
I would assume that that's already been
Okay.
investigated before the post was sent out to the teams. And
So I don't know if
seriously, and I hope
Last Frontier is. I'm looking for Stanley and his monster #1 DC comic.
Supposed to be talking to loved ones, friends.
I don't even know. I wrote this out a year ago. Well, 6 months, 7, who knows? It was cold when I wrote this. I remember it being cold. So I don't know why they're on. Some of these are on the list. Like I have Cinderella Love #2. I must have seen a copy of the comic, or someone showed it on YouTube, or I saw a picture of it somewhere, and it's made me want that particular Cinderella Love #2. And me saying it, you'll all go look it up and buy it in every source. And, so that'll save me money because then I won't be able to buy it. So that's actually pretty good that I'm reading this list of things I'm looking for. I'm looking for Dark Mansion of Forbidden Love issues 1-4. Then I have some famous monsters I need, but you don't have monster magazines currently, so that's neither here nor there. Anyway, any issues of Three Musketeers? I'm looking for Casper's Ghostland #26. I don't know why. It must be some cool cover. Why, it's Eric Breen. Add him to stage. What's going on, Eric?
Good afternoon.
Yeah, how did the auction go last night? I didn't get. I saw some of the pregame, but I never got to see the real auction.
I was really slow for a while, then picked up pretty nicely in about the middle.
How did the Blackhawks do?
I don't know that those sold.
Oh, so probably the stuff I like didn't sell because no one likes the stuff I like.
Some of it did. The problem was last night, I think a lot of people were out and about because a lot of our regular bidders weren't there.
Oh,
and
man, that should have been the night that I didn't. I wasn't. I should have tuned in, but
we may do one tomorrow night before we do our cover challenge. Speak of, have you tuned in any of those?
I do. Sorry, I'm kind of a heart palpitation.
Federal election law from the FEC.
I saw one time, I tuned in and there was a Detective Comics cover, and I guess you guys were analyzing the beauty. It's kind of like you were in an art museum and you were critiquing it, like for a college project or something. And then I tuned in later and the same Detective Comics cover was up. So I thought, boy, they're really getting deeply into analyzing every line of, but I haven't. It's hard. It's hard to watch a show where people deeply analyze the comic book cover when you're married because it's hard to explain. So sometimes I'll put it in my playlist to watch later, and hopefully I will. But I think I have that in my playlist. But this is a new thing you started doing, right?
Yeah, we're we're doing them pretty much every night at 10:30.
Okay.
Where we'll take
9:30 my time, probably.
Yeah, where we've done we did the first 13 or 14 GI combats, and we'll show them, and then everybody that's there on the panel and in the chat will rate the cover from 1 to 10, and then explain why we gave it the rating we did.
That sounds like an interesting idea. Yeah,
it's a lot of fun. It's way more fun than I thought it was going to be. The reason why I started doing it was to give me something to keep my mind occupied because I've been going through some stuff.
I know. I've gathered that because I heard Shannon ask you, "Well, I'd like to come by your store sometime," and you said, "Well, good luck." And it's like, "Oh no, are you working at the record store now?"
Just not much.
So do you have is the government helping out with unemployment or?
No,
Or
I was part of the gig economy, so I'm looking. I'll have to find something hopefully soon, but
but
yeah,
you're getting by okay? We're not
for
gonna have a
now.
telethon for you.
No, let's hope not.
I don't want you to have
Uh,
to sell comics again. You shouldn't have to do that twice in a lifetime.
yeah, but back to the cover chats. We also we did an EC title. I think it was oh god, Vault of Horror. I think we did.
Okay.
And like I said, and everybody in the chat participates, and anybody that wants to come
Okay.
on the panel can do so also. And it's been a lot of fun. But back to the auction, I said we had a guy come on last night that ended up dropping a couple $100, which really helped put the auction over for the night. But we have a couple. We do have some people that are into the older stuff. Like we had a bidding war for a Herbie one night.
Okay. What went up the
Oh.
highest last night?
Oh gosh, probably nothing more than $15.
Really?
Yeah,
I'm trying to
and
remember. I remember you had there were some Superboy Legion Adventure
those
comics.
pretty sure those didn't sell.
Didn't
That
sell.
some nights they will like he put up a lot with some Superboys, a couple of adventures, and a Jimmy Olsen. And the Jimmy Olsen sold.
Oh right,
It's
where
just-
he's on Krypton. I saw that. Yeah.
Yeah, so it really depends on who's there on any given night. I mean, we've got a guy named Darkness Comes. He'll bid on the old side. Like the first largest bid we ever got was we had the first appearance of Zorro, one of the old Dell comics, and that got up to like $170.
We just heard recently that the
What about the Didn't you have some $6 million man comics? Or am I?
Not
Charlton?
last night. No. Mike was showing those in that dollar hall. He had a couple of those.
I'm getting everything mixed up with what Night Tiger showed yesterday. That was ridiculous, man.
I know.
What he got for $1 each.
God,
What would you say? That's $500-$600 worth of comics that he got for
easily
probably 30.
Easily. Yeah.
I don't think he realizes.
But it's
Maybe
the older we get, the more people the less people there are that are interested in stuff like Bewitched and Beverly Hillbillies, and that's. But I never dreamt that anybody would put $1 on them.
It's extraordinary. Yeah, me neither. Yeah, my wife. Well, me too. Would have flipped out over those Bewitched. There was a lot of. I've never even seen an adaptation of the Time Machine. I didn't know that. And then the War Wagon, that's got to be a $50-$60 comic. Anything with John Wayne, I would think, would be huge. I'm on.
20 years ago, when I started working out at the comic shop, we had almost 30 boxes. Spinner Rack. Dave, how you doing? The channel called I Love Comics, the guy that runs it's named Englentine. He has an auction every Saturday night at 8:00. And it'll have everything from 50-cent stuff that really wouldn't be in our wheelhouse to he has things that he calls the big dogs, and those are stuff that more or less is like he had a pretty nice magazine lot last night, and the only thing that sold out of it was one of the Tales from the Tomb, one of those Eerie magazines.
The Eerie Publications one would sell. Well, how much did it sell for?
$10. 15. 15. I lost my train of thought here.
Sorry.
What was I bet? No,
about the auction.
I derailed myself to answer Dave's question. That'll come back to me. Maybe.
Well, we were talking about
your ultimate defense against
oh yeah, I think we may do one tomorrow night to try to move some of the stuff, because he put up 4 Brave and the Bolds in the 140s and 150s, and those didn't sell. And I'm trying to remember, because Dominic scarfed up some of the stuff at the end of the auction. But yeah, Dave, it's a good time if nothing else. I mean, it's like a live stream. It's not like the auctions you would usually turn into that are strictly auctions. We're a live stream while we're selling comics, and so we'll talk about everything from the comics that are on the lot to sports to movies, entertainment, things like that.
Right.
And
Yeah, because my wife's not really that knowledgeable about comics or anything, but I remember several years ago, she was really entertained by the auction because in between, talk about everything else, politics, anything, and she, what else she finds interesting is the completely different kind of auction. That guy Peddlin' Pete, he's like this big giant 600-pound wrestler, ex-marine, and he
wow,
just cusses out the people. And at one time he tore a 1940s Wonder Woman comic in half and
that's who
threw
did
it
that. Okay.
because he was so angry that someone was trying to lowball him, and it was a really cheap price for that book. It was like $160, which probably half what it should go for. And some guy just was obnoxious, and he had some name. Well, I don't want to mention people, but he named himself after a comic book character, and he just doesn't like comic nerds. He just said he just tore it apart. There used to be a record store owner in Arlington, Texas. He was a '50s hoodlum that would go to Gene Vincent concerts, tear the seats up, and now he got older and was managing a Safeway, and he opened a record store in his part time. Boy, was if people came in and touched his 1950s records, get your hands out of my 50s. It's like he'd pull a gun on people because there was a kung fu studio next door in this old yeah, does that. So so it was someone would walk in barefoot into his store. Sometimes he'd pull a gun on him, get your stickers off. But he was really nice to people that, once he, realized you were really into the music and appreciated it. But one time, some guy was trying to talk him down on a record, and he says, "Well, if it's not worth $20, I guess it's not worth anything." And then he snapped the record in half. And that guy was so pissed. But it's like, well, so that he's like that, and apparently he ate like a Hulk 181, like physically ate it once. But he's just really funny. His sense of humor. I mean, it really is wrong to destroy a Wonder Woman comic from the '40s. I mean, the Hulk comic. There's millions of those. I know they're valuable, but there's millions of them out there. Someone was pointing that out the other day. I mean, it was the Hulk. It was the mid '70s. It was. It had been a cartoon, about 8 years before. It's a known. There were tons of those books, and it's like people are hoarding them, and they're plentiful out there.
I was
But
saying, yeah,
anyway,
let's say real
she
quick.
thought that guy is funny, Puddle and Pete. But anyway, I'm sorry to interrupt.
No, it's a Glinzer who just popped up in chat. He's one of the guys that participates in the auction, and he will go for some of the older stuff. And I'm sure you can attest it's definitely a good time for anybody that's in the chat that's not checked it out. It's even if you're not, half the people that watch us have never placed a bid. But it's just it's just a fun thing to do. And
yeah, I bought a Howard the Duck #1 from him, and I think maybe that's all I ever got from him. But it
didn't
seems
you
like
get a
I got
Captain
something
Marvel
else.
#1 from him?
Yeah, that's right. I got those 2 books from him. But usually it's like, I don't know. Usually I'm there to hear you guys talk because it's books that I would never even know what they are. But like the Elementals. I don't know. Was that a good book? I don't know. Just stuff that I always see in dollar bins.
It was Bill Willingham, the guy that ended up doing Fables. It was his
Oh, yeah, okay.
it was his thing in the '80s, and it was. Personally, I think the '80s was a golden age for independent comics because you had things like John Sable, Nexus, Badger, Airboy, and you would have series that would last. Grimjack. I thought First Comics was wonderful at the time, and Eclipse did a lot of really nice stuff too. And Elementals was published by Kamiko. And they did some good stuff too. They did the Trouble with Girls series. I don't know if you're familiar with that. It's
I've seen it. I mean, most of these are series that I saw, but I never read. Nexus, I really admired the art, but I always like, well, I don't know if I could catch on because this comic's been ongoing, and I'm not sure.
It definitely helped.
I never bought.
Yeah, it helped to be there from the beginning because they do have threads that, subplots and threads that weave through the series. And the Trouble with Girls was a guy that all he wanted to do was curl up with a good book and live in a boring small town. But he was, built like an Adonis, had, he was, a handsome guy, and women just threw themselves at him, and he kept getting thrust into like James Bond type adventures that he reluctantly participated in because all he wanted to do was get back to his book, and it was very funny.
We know about all that cocaine that was.
And so I said, in the '80s had so many series like that are.
Like stacks, like they're the good guys.
I think
in the room. They're.
I know. I think in the mid '80s, I met these guys at college, and they were into other kinds of collecting, and I got diverted hanging out with them, going out, doing other things. I started collecting records more heavily and movie posters, and I just felt like comics had kind of let me down. I still was at a comic store every new comic book day, and I would still buy some new stuff. But mainly, I guess I was getting reprints. I got really into Dave Stevens, then I got into collecting vintage magazines, the type magazines that would have Betty Page and people like that in them, and I got diversified, and I realized that as much as everybody loves Crisis on Infinite Earths, I was really kind of hurt by that. And then Marvel was doing Secret Wars, and I thought, this is just an attempt to sell toys. This isn't even that great looking. I didn't really read it in my. I have all the issues but one now that I picked up real cheap, but I honestly haven't read them. It just looked like a money grab to me, and it may not be if you read it, but I mean, it really was. Whether the writers and artists turned it into something else, it's just like when they brought the spider car into Spider-Man.
Yeah.
I mean, they wrote it and made it into a joke where it immediately, on its first run, gets sunk in the harbor.
Yeah.
But it was forced on them because the toy manufacturer wanted Spider-Man to have a car. So they did it, though they may have handled it right. But Secret Wars was just, how do we get all these different characters fighting against all these villains so we can sell a whole line of action figures? And that's what I thought. And I just thought, man, this stuff is. And I love Dark Knight and I love Watchmen, but then after the result of that kind of made things not pleasant for me. I just like the old 60s Mort Wessinger's Superman stuff, and then the Silver Age and the early Bronze Age, and when you just say, okay, all that stuff that you loved and your older brothers read, and that didn't happen, and we were destroying all the alternate Earths, which I thought were great. And they say, well, kids just couldn't catch on to that. Yeah, I caught on to it. It's not that hard to understand. There's a bunch of Earths that are slight differences. I thought that was really cool. But then I don't know. That's how I kind of became a Rip Van Winkle and just kind of gave up for several decades. Well, really, until today, because I still don't. The comics today don't interest me either.
Oh, comics today are for the most part terrible. Now, I listen. When Crisis came about, I was absolutely in favor of it, and I love DC for the next decade after that.
Uh-huh.
But now that but they've undone all that so many times at this point, and since I've been doing this for 50 years now, give or take, I can compartmentalize. I mean, I get as much enjoyment out of an old Superboy as I do out of a Superman from the Triangle era, because to me it's all comic book history.
What's
And
Triangle area? Yeah.
That was when they had the 4 titles, and each one continued into the next one, and so you could follow it. They put a little triangle on the cover with the number it was for that, like 1 through 52. Because there was a Superman title every year.
Of Superman.
Yes, Superman, Adjectiveless Superman, Action Comics, and Superman Man of Steel.
Okay, that's how they did it. The same storyline went through all the comics.
Yes, and
so
it was very.
You had to buy 4 Superman comics a month to get the full story.
Yes, but you wanted to, because there were no, there wasn't like the one that brought down the other 3, because they had real talent on the books.
Yeah.
Throughout the day.
Well, I just never gave it a shot because I wanted Crypto, and I wanted the Super Horse and the cat and the monkey, and that stuff was thrown away. And
now I said that those are still there. It's like something that somebody brought up that part of the culture war is you've got people now that just say everything that comes out is bad, whether it is or not, and said it ruined the franchise. What has come after, say, Crisis or whatnot, and even as bad as the modern comics are, they haven't ruined Batman, because I've got decades worth of great Batman stories to read.
Yeah,
and so that's how I look at it. I mean, it not buying the new comics gives me more money to spend on back issues of stuff I do want to read.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I'll never be able to buy all the original Batmans. I just, but these kids today that say Batman's always been dark and frowning, and it's just that's not the Batman. Yeah. So older comics were more wordy because they wanted to complete a story in 1 to 2 issues, not 6 to 12. Yeah, that's probably true.
Oh, the one I always cite is when the X-Men did that Days of Future Past, and they did it in 2 issues. If they did that today, it would be, God knows, it'd probably be 12 issues of the main title with oh God, what crossovers here and there, because these the writing for the trades did so much damage to the way comic stories were told that it's irreparable, because I mean now they don't, there are very few writers left that know how to tell a story in 1 or 2 issues.
Yeah.
And that's really unfortunate, because I don't need, that's what you have manga for. I mean, manga, you can do a 200-page story that takes place over 15 minutes. But mainstream Marvel and DC, I don't want that. I miss the 1-2 part stories that got the job done.
And it's just, the new comics have hardly any writing in them, so the older books, you had 9 panels on a page, and they were very wordy, and so you had a lot more story happening, and even in the split books like Tales to Astonish and Strange Tales, there was still more stuff happening in just half of a comic.
Oh yeah, and Justin has said that I think Bendis might be patient zero for what comics have become because good lord, if Roy Thomas filled a panel, he was saying something. Bendis fills it with what we would commonly refer to as word vomit, where you can just talk and talk and talk and say absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
Kind of like me.
Well, um, yeah, I just don't know. I wonder if Last Frontier Comics is still watching. Are you still tuned in? Gonna read some more titles off this list. Why is that Laurel and Hardy book such a pricey book now?
That's a good question. There was only one of them. I can't imagine there's that wide an interest for it, but I guess the way to look at it is all you have to do is find that one.
Yeah, I mean, it's just important to me, just in the history of my collecting of comics. My first comic I ever bought, I didn't survive, but I've gotten 2 copies of it over the years. So, uh, Choo Choo Charlie, the good and plenty candy spokesperson, cartoon spokesperson, had a gold key comic, and I got that as a real little kid, and because I like trains, probably. And this Laurel and Hardy comic's important to me because it's the first comic I actually bought, walked to the store, bought, and took back. So
Yeah, I can't. I know I bought a couple of books when a book here and a book there when I was because I collected baseball cards, then monster magazines, and
yeah,
before I got into I didn't get serious about comics until I was 13, which I know a lot of you guys started a lot of. I know Rod was buying when he was 6. Um, but I remember, but when the first new books I bought when I got into the hobby for good, I still remember. And, I'll be right back.
that's all
That's
right.
a call.
Sure. All right, that's cool. I was buying when I was 4. Actually, if I think about it, because that Choo Choo Charlie I think was from '69, so I'm even more of an OG. No, I'm not, because he's older than me. Oh well. So I I was still buying stuff in the '80s, but I'm trying to late '80s. Kind of remember what it was. I mean, I was buying that Elvira comic I was showing yesterday, and um, okay, Last Resort Comics. If you're still watching or if you tune in later, I'll just go ahead and read this list. And I have no idea why some of these books are on the list. I think I was just looking, and I might have been flipping through mycomicshop.com and thinking, that looks cool. That cover looks cool, or I'd like to read that story. Well, I'd like a copy of Mad Number 11 EC because it's got that great Basil Wolverton cover. The Fly 14, 15, 30. I'm looking for Monsters Only. It's a monster magazine from the publishers of Cracked. I was wanting issue 2. I was wanting Hanna-Barbera Presents number 8. That must be the Marvel, when Marvel had their hands on Hanna-Barbera briefly. And that maybe that's got Dave Stevens art or Space Ghost or something. There's some reason it's written here. Biggest greatest cracked number 7. I may have gotten that since I wrote this. I'd have to look to see what's on the cover of that. Pink Panther 31. I don't know what's on that cover. It must be a monster cover if I wrote that down. One Weird Western Tales number 12. Oh, almost vomited a little bit. It's not good. GI Combat 87, 97, 118. Oh, Spinner Rack, if you're still watching. The Black Hawk books that didn't sell in that I Love Comics auction are probably from around 1966. They may be ones you already have. They're not older, you know, golden age Black Hawk. And I love that stuff too. It's just that's why I mentioned it first. But just like those books would sit in a comic book store, people don't want them. It's always been that way. Um, that's why they didn't sell at the auction last night. Certain Silver Age DC books just sit in comics. It's been that way since the late '70s when I first went into comic stores. It's, and they're all fun comics to read. So it was always great for me as a little kid in the late '70s. I could buy a Silver Age DC comic with ads with Grandpa Munster, you know, hawking the Dragula model kit and stuff, and all that neat stuff from that time period. But Black Hawk, Tomahawk, Secret Six, a lot of that stuff wouldn't sell. Odd issues of Showcase. I remember you seeing that issue with Dolphin a lot, which now apparently collectors are snapping up and it's really sought after. I'm not sure why, but it's cool looking. But um, yeah, there were other things, the things that weren't the big titles. A lot of people would ignore them. Casper's Ghostland 26. I think I mentioned all the rest of them. Yeah, whatever. There's always, I mean, I sometimes I don't know what I'm looking for until I see it, you know. Oh, Last Frontier is here. There's a strong dedicated base for that type of comic, cartoon, and classic comedian comics. Oh, so it really transcends just comic book collectors. There's because you forget there are people that are fans of classic Hollywood. So yeah, you forget about that. Like there's an issue of Crystar, I believe, based on a toy from Marvel, and it's got this skull demon head, and Glenn Danzig lifted that for the design of his band, and it's on all the album covers. It's like, and it came right from a Marvel comic cover, and so that comic is in great demand from fans of Danzig, and I don't know if there's fans of that toy line, but not so much from comic collectors, although there's a crossover. A lot of people that are into Danzig are also going to be comic collectors. There's a, you know, just there's similar genres in a way. Um, because Danzig's a comic collector and a comic art collector, so if people are really into him, then they're going to be into the stuff he's into. Um, Band that I was into, the Cramps. I mean, they were really into pre-code horror and old Mad comics and EC and a lot of their imagery of the band, like their logo, the Cramps was you know, based on the Tales from the Crypt logo. What's up?
It's my brother was calling to. There was a couple teams were playing over in England today, so I was watching that, and it had a fluke ending, and he called to see if I was watching that, and then I got a text from my sister, so I get a free lunch tomorrow. Yes.
Oh, great. Yeah, Last Frontier was just pointing out that there's a base for cartoon and classic comedian comics that that's not necessarily the comic book collectors, but there's a
Yeah,
crossover between collectors of different things.
that makes sense because I mean, we're kind of a different breed of collectors that we don't really have anything that's off the table for us. I mean, I know there's people that just specialize in certain comics, and that makes sense when you go to stores and you can't find, say, romance or not a lot of war comics or the outside of the superhero realm, because you would have people that may just collect horror, for example, and they may have held on to theirs. And like I know there's a scarcity of romance comics because they were mostly bought by girls that
Yeah.
may not have thought to ever sell them in when they were finished with them. And God knows how many comics or how many romance comics ended up in landfills. So
Yeah.
I can see that.
Well, I don't know if sometimes you wonder if the demand for something is completely artificial. Like there could be a dozen people, or let's say right now there's 23, 24 people watching. If those people all got excited about romance comics, they could create the illusion throughout the entire country that every romance is the big new thing. Because they could start buying up mycomicshop.com and calling different stores around, and those stores start talking to each other, and they think this is the next big thing. In reality, it's a couple of dozen people, maybe not even that many, into that. Because I think that romance comics, average comic store would just sit there, but I could be wrong. As you've worked in a comic store,
No, well,
do they
I
sell?
bought our store's romance section.
Right, but no one else was buying them. You
Right.
bought it
And
all. So
yeah,
people in your town, store owners talk, and then they think, well, they're big, they're hot. Someone just bought 200 romance comics. In reality, it's one guy in the entire many miles, possibly the whole state, that's into it. I don't know how many people are really into romance comics. They're beautiful. I love them.
yeah.
I think I've always loved them. I just never seen them, but I always would have snapped them up. Uh,
I think there is a market for them, but it's spread out throughout the country, and there's not enough in one place maybe to I don't if stores get pressed for space, I don't know how much space they're willing to devote to them. And I think if
yeah.
they're a place that may not have been at our store because we weren't able to, we had them underneath. And sometimes it's hard to get to or hard to notice. And
Well,
I
the
don't know.
fatter you get and the older you get and your knees creak, it's
Yeah.
hard to get down to those. And the young kids that can easily get down to the lower boxes, they certainly don't care about them. So,
And I know a lot of people that got into them later. Because I think Captain Strangeliffe mentioned he didn't start getting into them until much later in his life. And
yeah.
I think I got interested probably when I always thought, I don't know why guys poo-poo romance comics because they always had hot babes on the covers and in the stories, and they were fun to read. And to me, they're a
Yeah.
comic. I mean, whether it's horror, romance, war, science fiction, whatever. It's all again, romance comics are a huge part of comic book history, and I like to cover as many bases as I can. And I mean, there's
Yeah.
obviously some of the ones that I'll never be able to afford, but um,
Well, yeah.
you get what you can. But it to me, they were just. I think when I was running out of superhero comics that I could afford, and I'm one of those anal completionists, like the DC Super Giants, I think they were called, or I'm not Super Giant, Super DC Giant. They would have
Yeah.
um, westerns, a Jerry Lewis, Brave and the Bold reprint, Aquaman, Supergirl, but tucked in there was Love 1970 and Love 1971. They were part of that series, so I had to get them. And then I
Right.
started like the DC 100-page Super Spectacular that doesn't have a first 3 issues for whatever reason. Number 4 was that weird horror comic. It's called Weird, and they had that gargoyle on the cover. But the
Yeah, I've
next
got
one,
that. Yeah.
but the next one was a romance comic, and then the rest of them were superhero. And well, I couldn't not have that, so I remember I got that for $50 at one point, and
Mm.
that's worth like $1,500 now.
Which
It's
one?
Super DC Giant number 5.
And it's a
I'm
romance.
no, I'm sorry. DC 100-page Super Spectacular. Yeah, give me a second. I'll show it to you.
Weird. Yeah, I remember that weird. I've got the weird one, and then I've got Love 1970. I think. I don't think it's 1971. It seems like it has a race car on the cover. I bought that years ago. It's just a really cool psychedelic cover. Love 1970. Does it have a race car on the cover? That's
Yes,
the one
and
I think I have.
71 has the guy and the girl on the beach. In fact, this is my only slab.
Let me give you a bigger. Oh, okay. That is a beautiful cover.
Yeah,
What's
and
the
DC
rating on it?
reprinted it 2.5.
Okay.
And yeah, and I paid more than twice as much for this as I did for one that was in much better condition, 27 years ago. But
Who's
yeah,
the
that's
little photograph on there? What's the little photograph guy?
Ted Long of the Today Show tells you how to look fabulous.
Oh, please. Let's see the back cover of that. Oh, it's just psychedelic.
Yeah.
Psychedelic. Oh, that's really beautiful. That would make a great poster. Yeah, that's cool.
And
That
DC reprinted it about 5 or 6 years ago. And
they
so
did?
I bought that. Yes. And so I've got it to read. And I read it the first when I had it unslabbed.
How much is the reprint going for? I had no idea they did
I
that.
think it's probably just cover price, maybe $1 more. It was like $7 when it came out.
Really? They were doing facsimiles back then, huh?
Oh yeah, DC's been hell. They had that Millennium collection they were doing 20 years ago that had like the
Right.
gold label thing on.
Right. Did those have original ads in them? I don't remember.
I don't remember either now. I
Yeah.
should, but I'd have to pop one open and look. And
They've
one of the projects.
reprinted that first Swamp Thing probably 12 times, it seems like, in different ways.
Yeah, it's in one of the DC super specials, even. So it's been, yeah. Yeah. So one of the projects I did recently was I moved all the comics that had piled up down here because I got tired of not having a living room,
Yeah.
and so I took them all upstairs, and now I have, because I didn't realize how many long boxes full of unread comics I have,
Mhm.
and it's about 15. So
Okay.
now I'll just, if I've got a day, well, unfortunately, I have more days than not now, but I'll just go into those boxes and just pull out like a handful and bring them down to read during the day.
Mhm.
But I don't have them, because when we would do the live streams and they would make the joke that somebody would show something and I would pull it, literally out of nowhere, and that's
Yeah.
how the whole breening thing happened. And I can't do that anymore because they're all upstairs.
I was going to say, there's no more of that. Yeah, I mean, it was always a funny joke, but I was thinking, it's not really that funny because that means he's got everything right there in the living room. Because I realize, and that's why I've always liked when people don't just show the static shot, but they move around and 360 degrees because people like have it really nice for their shot for YouTube, but you don't realize is what they're looking at. That's what I always want to see. I like the episodes of Captain Strangelove where he gets up from his desk and goes down these tiny narrow alleyways with boxes way up over his head in the
Yeah.
basement, and it's like, oh my God, man! It's like Raiders of the Lost Ark at the end. All these boxes, this gigantic 60 years of or more of collecting. What is it that causes that? Let's see. I can try. I've learned that you can do weird things by moving your hands around with the stupid Apple. Because I was wondering, like, why does sometimes this thumbs down happen? And I think you have to do no.
I have no idea.
Kevin, it got. See, I do one hand does this, and then because I would just get these random thumbs down, and it's something they built into the program. And people, I looked it up, and people are really mad about it. It's like, how do you turn this off? I was giving a eulogy at a funeral, and all of a sudden he got a thumbs down next to his head on some live stream. And but you can do some. What was it? I think if you do the devil stuff, you can get this Doctor Strange effect. It's ridiculous. Um, Yeah, so you moved all the boxes, so there's no more breeding now, huh?
Nope.
Because
It's kind of nice to be able to actually see this room again.
yeah, because I remember when you gave a tour of your house. I'm not doing that now. That's not fair. The it kind of psychs you out to see a thumbs down next to your head when you're talking. Um, Yeah, I have no idea. Oh, your house was so beautiful, and then I realized it's the fact that he can pull anything out that anyone else shows means everything's right in front of him.
Yeah.
So, but I completely understand. But long boxes, man, you're having to move them upstairs. You haven't converted to all short boxes yet, huh?
Oh,
I haven't.
in my collection, I have. Because what
Oh,
I'll
okay.
do is I won't put anything into the collection until I read it, and then I'll bag it and board it, and I'll fill a short box, and then I would integrate it. But I ended up with something like 40 something short boxes piled up that weren't in any order,
Yeah.
which like I said, the breeding thing was kind of like, so I knew somebody would inevitably show something that I knew where mine was because so much of it was down here. But then there were other times where they would show stuff that I knew I had, but it could have been in any one of 40 boxes, and I had no idea. So
Yeah.
now I'm trying to. It's at some point I will get those in some kind of order, but hell, at this point, like I'll watch you do your videos where you're reorganizing and filing. It's like having that car in the garage that you tinker with. It's never going to be finished. But
Yeah. Well, unless you stop buying comics, and then eventually you actually can do it. But um, yeah, well, my main thing is I don't have everything bagged and boarded. Because years ago, I took the bags started to look so bad. I thought this can't be good. I took the bags and boards off, but I eventually maybe I'll be able to afford to do it. But you know, you think about all these golden age comics that some that get brought to like Kevin. Someone will bring in golden
yeah,
age comics that belong to their mother, and they haven't been bagged and boarded in 70 years. They've never been bagged and boarded, and
yeah.
they've got white pages and they look completely fine. And you realize maybe we're being suckered, but no, they can get damaged, when you're flipping through. I realize that,
And
but
honestly, I said I was brought some stuff down today, and I look at it. Yeah, I just think that this looks better with a border around it. And so
uh-huh.
it's just kind of part of the presentation. I said, read it, bag it, board it, and I said it's
Yeah.
just I just because I'll use one one size up. For Silver Age, I use Golden Age bags and boards because I
Uh-huh.
like the borders. And then Golden
Yeah, that
Age,
makes
I'll use
sense.
these, and there's not as much, but at least they fit. Because
I don't
I'm
like
not
them
going to
being
go.
real tight. I like the
Yeah, I'm not.
border as well. The only problem is the Golden Age, a lot of boxes won't accommodate Golden Age boards.
Yeah, you kind of have to stretch them out. The short boxes, the modern short boxes, it is tough. And that's it, but it's what we got. Because I said, I'm in my 60s, and I really don't want to lug. I can still carry a long box of newsprint up the stairs. I honestly don't think I could carry a new box of comics of the glossy paper. I don't think I
Yeah,
could do that. And I don't think I could take them up a flight of stairs at this point because it literally does double the weight.
that's so weird. Yeah, I noticed that with particular magazine that starts with P and ends with Y. Those boxes, it's like lifting records, man. Why are they like lifting bricks as opposed to lifting a box of Famous Monsters? I guess because it's Famous Monsters is on more like pulp paper and the other slick paper. But I just, it's like, why is slick paper heavier than is the amount of molecules? I don't
Well,
know,
no,
but
hey, yeah, Steve, since you don't do videos anymore, why don't you come on for a bit and show us what you've been picking up, or tell us what you've been up
oh
to?
yeah, yeah, I'll put the link in there again. That would be great.
Got to be having a
I think
better day than Charlton, the other Steve, who's what is he doing? Pressure washing his house today?
that could actually be fun. I've never done that before. That might be fun to actually, if especially if it's a brick house, to actually stop giving me a thumbs down. I didn't do that. Hey, come on, there. That's better. It's why does it only give me the thumbs down? I guess because I'm going
Oh,
like this. I'm fooling it. I'm sitting in the Kroger parking lot right now waiting for my wife. That's a pretty good reason why.
yeah, that's
Uh, so anyway, um, Meyer, he should come on. He was going to come on, but that was earlier this morning, and I got paid putting the show on. Um, damn. Um, yeah, I don't know right now. The only thing I'm really excited about is facsimiles and old comics. Um, I'm just excited about getting a cup, maybe one or two Silver Age comics a month, and whatever I can afford, and some of these books coming out now with the amazing reproductions of old stuff. That's about the only way I can affordably collect the old stuff. That Adventures into Terror and the Venus book. That's
yes.
if stuff like that keeps coming out, why would I need any new comics?
I I think that the new stuff. What I'm kind of a little excited about is we've got a new Space Ghost, a new Dick Tracy. There's a
Okay,
Flash Gordon coming next month, and I
okay,
know there's a fourth one that I'm trying to remember, which is not going to come to me. But they're all of them seem to have a reverence for the past and
right.
not trying to appeal to that mythical modern audience. Yeah, Justin, Amazon killed them for some uh, why I
They
don't know.
they questioned, do you 100% know that that the copyright is expired on this? And they were a little, they got nervous, and so they canceled him, and so he went over to Barnes and Noble, and I guess they print his books now on demand, but he had to raise the price of them. So I that's what he does. But there's a lot of other imitators that do very similar things, and I don't know the quality of them all. And Gondwana Land usually had high quality, but some of his it just depended on the sources that he got for the printing. And yeah, I guess he's still around. You just have to look on Barnes and Noble. I love Disney comic and comics says I still love hunting for older comics and magazines at a deal. Justin says, what a bummer. Yeah, yeah, Guadalajara was, but even then, that was kind of that was kind of overwhelming. The amount of stuff he put out, and it's
I
like you
know.
wanted everything, and then it's just because that's just
I was trying
um
to get through the Skywald horror magazines, and I got about 2/3 of the way done when Amazon pulled the rug out from under him. And yeah, I don't know if I'll ever be
well,
able to get back to.
you
Yeah,
could actually get, unless I'm wrong, the Skyhold magazines are they not affordable anymore? Because they used to be very affordable.
not so
Um,
much now. I mean, a lot of when I see them out in the wild now, I usually see 20 to 30 bucks on them, and
okay.
yeah, which it's not really, it's not bad, but I don't have the kind of money to spend 20, 30 bucks on
Yeah.
a magazine when there's so much other stuff out there. And
Right.
that's why it's great to get 4 of them bound together for 15 when he was selling them for that.
Well, I have a lot of the Skywald magazines from, back then. So it might be me buying a book, and I have 3 of the magazines just for the third, four, and then it's like, might as well just get the other real magazine. But Skywald had beautiful covers and beautiful logos. Psycho had some great, they were just great. But then I always, as a kid, I was always a little disappointed that it wasn't Warren. And part of the art was different. I think Paula was talking about that the other night. That I think the art may have come from people in a different country than the art. A lot of the '70s art for Warren.
Yeah.
Um, in the '60s, Warren was hiring a lot of the old EC alumni, and then by the '70s, it was mostly guys from Spain. And but the Skywald would occasionally have a pinup by Bill Everett those were amazing. He did a creature from the Black Lagoon and different weird monsters. But you know what I missed with Skywald, that because Warren had all those great ads in the back, and
Yeah.
Skywald didn't have that, and that was like one of the highlights of a monster magazine when I was a kid, pouring through for hours all the little 8 millimeter films you could get and all that.
Oh, I had all the
Uh,
ones I was going to get mapped out, knowing I never would be able to. But yeah, those the backs of those books were great.
I love Disney and comics. As some of the Skywall, depending on condition, go for about 20 to 30 bucks. Like Eric said, every now and then you can get one for $5 or $6. It seems like Duncanville Books, Dallas, well, suburb of Dallas. I kind of was getting spoiled. They were closed down for, I don't remember how long they were closed down in the Dallas area for the pandemic. But when they reopened, I couldn't believe what I was seeing. They spent the whole time that they were closed, I guess, going through their warehouse or their back stock and bringing out monster magazines, pricing a lot of them at $5. And it was like Christmas morning when they reopened all these Vampirellas, and I was getting all this stuff that filling in holes in my collection. But I don't think they had Skywald at astronomical prices, where they might, and then it was in the half price bin, so it was like reasonable. That's a really good store. That's probably the best comic store I've ever been in. I've never physically been in Kevin's Gotham City Comics. That would be better, but because he's an all-around experience as far as being a
Oh,
monster magic
absolutely.
store. And I mean, Duncanville Books might have a better back stock, but towards right when I left Texas, they were selling those Marvel Archie imitations like Chili for $30 a piece, and I'm thinking, is this really the going rate? But they were in really nice shape. It may have just been that they were in real nice shape, but $30, I thought that was really high. I bought
Eh,
one just because it had a great cover. But
yeah, that's I went to a show a couple years ago. Actually, we were there for our store, but there was a lot of time to walk around and see what other dealers were selling. And there was a guy that had a boatload of tippy teens,
yeah,
and they were in fantastic shape. But he had $45 on them, and I I can't do that. I won't do that.
yeah,
And I wonder how many people would do that, because it's a nearly 60-year-old humor title from a company that's been gone for almost 60 years. And how much interest is there still for that? And of that interest, how many of those people have the disposable income to spend $45 for one issue of Tippy Teen? And the same thing with the
yeah.
chili. Oddly enough, last night, the one bidding war we had was a chili.
Really? Okay. I didn't see that in the preview. I'll be right back, but I'm still listening.
All right.
Um,
Yeah,
yeah.
in our auctions, if we get 10 bids, England team will say we have a firefight, and then I'll do my poor man's Warner Wolf impression and say, if you had, and I mentioned the time of the auction, you won, which was something that an old New York sportscaster did. But yeah, I said it it wasn't in great condition necessarily, because I think the bids only got up to 1250, because I think it started at 5. But that was fun to see the two people actually having interest in chili, because that's everybody remembers Millie, but chili's definitely running a different second. And by the time they got around to publishing her own book, both Millie had gone back to the Archie style storytelling after being a kind of like a romance type magazine or a comic for years. But it was fun. I get a kick out of them. Kind of hated to see what they did with the character when they brought her back in 2010, but that's neither here nor there.
Yeah. Um, no, the Atlas Seaboard title that everyone seeks after is reprints of Tippy Teen, right?
Wow. Booker, he just put out $20,000 worth of a new collection. We were going to go to
What is it
the
now?
Dayton show today. It's a store in Dayton, and in fact, today there's a one-day convention at Wright State, which is also in Dayton, that I was going to go to, but current situation dictates that I better not.
Well, what is the bookery?
Bookery Fantasy is the name of the place, and there used to be two locations, across the street from each other, and for a time there was a basement in one of them. There was a dollar cave. It was really cool because it was just literally a basement full of dollar comics. But the first floor was comics and old paperbacks and magazines. Like now, I think I think they sold part of it, and the one across the street is still open. That, depending on when you go, it's like I said, Steve went today and they had a ton of books. Last time we had gone, Steve had just pillaged the thing we were going up there for, so there wasn't a lot left. But they had they had a couple like long boxes of pulps, and what they didn't have much, but what they had was very good. And I picked up a couple of old Avengers and a couple of things like that. But yeah, it's that's like I said, that was a fun place to visit back in the day.
How far are you from Ohio?
Oh, from Ohio, just 10 minutes, but Dayton's about a little over an hour.
Oh, okay, that's not
Because
that bad.
Steve's one of the YouTubers I've met in person because he stopped in Comic Book World one day when I was there.
Okay.
Because we're not that far apart.
Well, yeah, I really I like the Harvey comic bunny. I don't have all of those.
Yeah, that's another one that I'd like to get more of, but you never see them.
Yeah, it's just part of it's just it's just part of the 19. It's a great 1960s capsule.
Yeah,
I
Steve.
I love that.
Let me ask Steve real quick. Steve, they're putting out all this stuff. Are there lower grade books also, or is it all higher? That's God. He had he was doing a video one night where he picked up a couple Ditko Spider-Mans for $9.
Really?
Yeah,
Were they intact?
yeah. I mean,
Wow.
you probably wouldn't want to take them out of the bag and shake them, but yeah, they were.
I
So
think
okay,
it's
so there's
$5 to 1,000.
yeah, so there's no. Unfortunately, I said because I know you had some dollar stuff to go with it. That was, I mean, I think there was. I found $1 book when I went up there. It was a Charlton horror book, but yeah, Steve said there had been a decent amount before that. That's because hell, if there's a couple good dollar boxes of beat up Silver and Bronze Age, I'd make the trip even with my marbles, scattered all over my head.
Yeah.
But that show that I was going to go to today, that was I've been to one of them, and I think Steve will back me up on this. It is really really good. I ran into a dealer and I found a Tales of Suspense. I'm sorry, Tales to Astonish 57, where Giant Man the Wasp fights Spider-Man, and he had
Uh-huh.
$200 on it. And I've never haggled at shows. It's just not. I'm not good at it, and I've been in retail for too many years. I hate it when people do it to me. But it shows, even though I know it shows it's expected. But I saw somebody haggling with him before, and I said, yeah, is there anything you can do with this? And he had 200 on it. He goes, how about if I cut it in half? I said, how about yes? And then I
Oh,
found the 59. Oh, okay, so they do. All right, okay, excellent. Damn, I'm gonna have to go up there in a couple weeks. Then the third week. But so it was the one where the Hulk became where he fought Giant Man to lead into his taking over the Giant Man spot in Tales,
uh-huh.
and he had 100 on that, and he goes, "I'll cut that in half too." That's it.
Oh,
Salute. That was great because I never thought I
yeah.
could afford those again.
Yeah, I would love to have stuff from that time period. That would be great. I um I just never I just never had a really great collection because I was collecting too many different things. That's my excuse.
Well, you sell your collection short. You've shown some awesome stuff through the years, and now everything else that you've accumulated over the years. Like I said, that's I've said it before. You're the reason why there's a 4-color fossils. Yeah, that's I
Uh,
would have never come up with that idea had I not found your channel. Thank you, Mike. Because I was watching you and Comic Crypt because when he touted your channel and I found that and I just watched that Slackjaw and I told all my people to, oh, holy crap. Steve, did they let you in, or did you have to wait for the people in front of you to get out?
Weird.
Wow, that's
I've never heard of anything like this. I've never even heard of this store. This sounds amazing.
damn. That's yeah. It's the only thing I think of people getting in line before a store opens. And I guess so. That makes sense.
A line behind the boxes. Oh, that would make me really nervous.
I would hate that.
No, I wouldn't. I would not be thrilled with that situation. It would. I would just start. Some. No, it would. That would. Oh, I couldn't stand that. Especially if I saw people pulling out stuff I wanted. Oh, I couldn't take that.
Yeah,
Uh,
the Right State show that I went to that's up there. I saw a guy pulling up one of those. It was at Dell. It was a combination Dracula and Mummy giant size book,
mhm.
and he was hemming and hawing. I'm going, put it down, put it down, put it down. He
Yeah.
did.
Oh, I couldn't take that. If I saw someone looking at something I've wanted for decades and they've got their phone looking at the key collector app, seeing what it's worth, it's like, oh, this I'm looking for key issues. It's like, oh, I couldn't take that, man,
He
because
wasn't doing that. He was just going, and then he bought it, and then I ended up ordering it off my comic shop like a week later.
yeah, it's the Mummy and what else?
Dracula.
And it's Dell. Yeah.
I showed it on one of the episodes.
Yeah. I've never had that. I've never even seen one.
The hardest thing
So
was
yeah,
finding out what the title was.
yeah. What is the title?
I think it was just called. It was called Dracula and the Mummy, but it had a different title that I can't remember what it was. I'll have to look it up.
Like
So
Dell movie classics or
something,
something.
yeah, something along those lines. So Steve, is it if you can't get up there the day they put them out, is it still worth it to go up like say the next day, or Sunday or whatever?
So they just put everything out on certain days? Is that how it works? He says, I've got Frankenstein and Dracula. I need the Mummy and the Creature from the Black Lagoon.
Yeah, I've got the Dracula one from that, and then that combo book. I think I need the other three.
Yeah.
God, there's this sounds like this would be wonderful because it's just we're only an hour away. We never got a buy like that in the time I was working at the store where I live.
Well, this is going to become, unfortunately, increasingly
Oh
more
yeah,
common because people are going to say, I thought these comics were rare. Why are there suddenly so many of them? Well, because people tend to live 80 years, and the people that bought all that Silver Age and held on to them all their lives, it's going to be flooding the market. I think also early rock and roll 45s will be flooding the market too. I'm thinking, I mean, unless they're just thrown into a dumpster by their family. But they just started doing this Friday. They're doing it going forward on first and third Fridays, so the regulars know when the good stuff is coming. Well, there was still decent stuff on Saturday, but the great stuff was gone Friday.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And Missing Mars says, Mr. Breen, hello, sir. Give me an example, I love Disney, of what the great stuff is. What, like if you can remember a particular title. And is the great stuff affordable by normal mortals? Because I don't know. In this economy, I don't know how people are buying anything. But as far as new comics go, I've been told, and I bought some of them, but I haven't read them yet. And I've got more on hold at Gotham City. But he brags about this. I forget what the line, but it's Geiger, and it has that Junkyard Joe. What's the name of the?
It's
The
called
type?
the Ghost
Something,
Machine.
you know. Ghost Machine. Okay, so that is supposed. He says that's the best stuff coming out now. Can you confirm that?
I'm liking what I've been reading. There's good talent on the um there's good talent on the stories. Yeah, good writing, good art, and that's important because there's not that much of that to go around anymore.
I assume Plastic Man is from 1954, not 2954 for $25. Yeah, that's a good deal. Uh, unless he's from a time machine. I got a Swamp Thing 1 from the first series and a 2.0 for $25. I showed the Dell comic Dracula and the Mummy on your show, too. It's 1963. Oh, yeah, Dr. Fibes. Yeah. Um, yeah. So, um,
This is some kind of hoping somebody comes on to join us because I need to eat lunch here in a little bit. I don't want to leave
oh,
you
well,
hanging.
no, well,
Um,
if someone could come on, I'll put the link here. I'm probably going to disappear at some point to watch the Trump rally, but let's see. I put post comment. Um, um, yeah, well, I not ever gonna be. It's the ship sailed as far as me making major comic book purchases. I'm just
yeah, I'm
uh,
talking like I have money. You know,
and
it's just
and
when you
it's
see
like
that though, it's just so tempting that
and I can satiate my desire for new music through YouTube because I I have a Roku box and then an HDMI output which goes to a splitter that goes to RCA plugs which feeds into a DVD-R recorder. So I could put a DVD-R and I record in 6 hours speed and I can record 6 hours of music. And there's people, some guy in Japan with Japanese characters is his name on YouTube, puts up I don't know how many CDs a day that I used to pay. The import CDs used to pay $25 for Bear Family, like Charlton was talking about, and all of these Sin Alley kind of compilations with all the weird 50s and 60s music. And
Mhm.
it's just like all there. It's so I just records a 6 hour mixtape. I put in radio jingles from different radio stations in between some of the music, or in between some of the albums to make it feel like you're listening to a radio station. And all of a sudden, I've got a 6 hour disc of music that would have cost me several $100s 15, 20 years ago. I don't remember the last time I bought, well, yes, I do. I was going to say, I don't remember the last time I bought a CD, but I've got some CDs coming in the mail tomorrow. But I don't really buy them anymore because I can just get all the music I want. And it's
Yeah,
it's not that I'm a snob. I want there to be new comics that are great. So I'm excited about what Kevin's told me about this Junkyard Joe comic and these other characters that tie into it. That sounds fantastic. And I want there to be new music. I don't want to not be able to turn on the radio and listen to this country station from that plays oldies from the 40s and 50s and 60s and 70s, but I don't want there to be no good music coming to me on the radio anymore. And so I've discovered some new bands like Amel and the Sniffers out of Australia and Sir Chloe. That stuff is sounds pretty good to me, but I wish there was more good music coming out today. I'm not going to be a snob and say nothing good is coming out today. I want there to be. I'm eager. I'm constantly trying to keep my ear to the ground for comics, for every bit of culture seems that I've always loved movies, music, comics, everything just seems to be flat now. And I'm It's not that I'd like to go to the theater, but I don't want to see this computer animated Garfield movie. Uh, I'd
Um,
like there to be good movies coming out.
hello, Maranya.
Oh, is she
I'm
in the
gonna.
chat?
Yeah, she's popped in. I'm gonna go grab another Coke. I will be right back. This water's
Okay.
spilling.
I'm missing what people are saying here in the chat. Missing Mars says the worse things get in society, the more of a distraction I need. Things can get better. It's just right now there is a intentional. It's intentionally being done, either by very stupid people, by socialists. It could even be demonic influences, if you believe in such a thing, that are trying to bring our society down to a crass level, to a to make everything ugly in architecture and everything you can think of, in order to uh, just and make people turn against each other and just make things unpleasant. It's all part of takeover. You know, so always said that they would take over without firing a shot. Well, they make people stupid enough, they make people angry and hate each other enough, and but hopefully we can only hope that Trump can help things out there. I love Disney and Comics says they sold a first appearance of Doc OC while I was there for $950. It was a nice copy, so everything, so something for everybody. Doc OC, I don't know what Doc OC means, but I feel stupid. I don't know what that means. Rania says, "Hey there, popping in to listen to some words of wisdom." Yeah, I forgot I named the show that. Sniffers, I sniff comics. Says, what? I used to sniff glue when I made models. Yeah. Amel and the Sniffers are great, says Library 88. Missing Mars says, nobody buys music anymore, so the bands won't exist to create. That is true. Yeah, no one buys music, so I assume, yeah, everything's just free. So I assume they make money from concert. I don't know how bands make a living now. Actually, Rania says, want to know some weird things that Walmart has in locked cabinets. Believe it or not, men's white T-shirts and emery boards to file fingernails. Yeah, isn't that something? Having to lock things. Doctor Octopus. Oh, okay, Doc Ock. Okay, I guess if you put the K on the end of Doc Ock, I would have got that. First appearance of Doc Ock while I was there for 950. It was a nice copy, something for everybody. Yeah, I couldn't afford 950. Um, Missing Mars says, "Hello, lady." Yeah, I've never paid that much. I still buy old singles from the iTunes store. Do you do you actually get it? Well, I'm asking a stupid question. Obviously not. I was going to ask if you actually got a physical copy, but no. You would old singles means you're not really, you're just buying some digital bits or something. Um, hey there, Eminem, says Maranya, and everyone else in the studio audience. Hello there. So, so amazing. Digital copy. Yeah.
So we're
Well, okay. Well, I guess what I'm recording off of YouTube is a digital copy, but uh, I'm not paying anything for it.
Steve
But
said that. Oh, I'm
Steve
sorry.
said what?
No, Steve mentioned that they sold a first appearance of Doc Ock for 950.
Yeah.
When I was, this was the early 80s, but I bought that for $30, and it was probably a 7 or an 8. My, how times have changed.
In the early '80s, well, $30. Man, that was like $150 probably, as far as how much it hurt you at the time.
Yeah, still a lot less than 950.
Missing Mars says I can't afford what I buy, but get joy from it, so worth it to me. Yeah, well, but you're not buying $950 books, Missing Mars. But it's fun. I mean, So you worked out. You got all those books for 55 yesterday. Yeah, it was a good deal. He cut you. Um, Missing Mars will send a certain amount of money to Kevin at Gotham City and let him pick out old books for him. And sometimes I help on a live stream, and we go through and pick out books for him. Nope, can't afford big ticket items like $950. I think the people that afford those books are dentists and lawyers. They're professions that where they can do that. Or musicians, but retired people, yeah, you really can't do it. Not, yeah, no. I remember wanting an FF 48, 49, and giant size X-Men #1 in the 80s, but no freaking way. I was giving $30 to $50 for them back in the 80s. Can't touch them now. I bought, okay, the second part of the Galactus trilogy, would that be 49?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I bought that at Lone Star Comics, probably 1980 or so. It must not have been a huge price because I paid it. I can't imagine it was more than $20. I bought the first Black Panther, which meant nothing back then because no one cared about the Black Panther. I mean, he wasn't a movie character. He was a character that didn't sell, that couldn't keep his own comic going, and so no one cared. So I have a good copy, really pretty good copy of Fantastic Four, the first Black Panther. I could buy the Fantastic Four in the late 70s and early 80s. I could buy Thor. I just couldn't buy Spider-Man. I wanted it, but that was expensive. But maybe by today's standards, it may seem like nothing. I'm sure that there were Ditko books, $30 each, but to me that seemed like an astronomical amount of money
Yeah.
as a 12-year-old. And what you could buy with $30 in 1977, 78, 79 was a lot. So you really can't make these comparisons across time. Missing Mars, your help with Kevin yesterday for mine and Friar Tuck's grab bags was fun. Yeah, you cleaned out his Charlton War collection. That's great. Now he can fit more stuff in. Um, yeah, I don't know. But now I've kind of got this thirst now that it's completely unaffordable for, to get some of those Silver Age Spider-Mans. And, I I've waited too long, but and you listen to the comic book Tom crowd, and they say there are no more issues 1 through 100 of the Amazing Spider-Man that are not slabbed, but I don't think that's true. I
It's
think
not.
there's tons of them. They just they live in a world where the census is all the comics that are out there. They don't realize that's just a tiny fraction of what's out there in people's hands that have held on to them since then. My friend Randy has almost a complete collection of the Amazing Spider-Man going up to the early 70s. I don't think he has issue 1, but from the early single digits. And he was getting those from Robert Bell, back in the late 60s. And he has some of them, a lot of them are still in the original Robert Bell bags.
Yeah.
And it's like he's just one of thousands of people that has childhood and teenagehood collections of Marvel Silver Age, DC Silver Age that are, let's see, just, I guess he's 7 years older than me, so that would make him like 66,
Yeah.
So there's a lot of people in their 60s, tons of them. I don't know if there's millions, but I wouldn't be surprised if there's hundreds of thousands of people that still had those were popular books. And I think there's tons of that stuff that's gonna be coming to market. So all these people that think, oh, they're old, the census says there's this many. Well, I don't know. I mean, there may not be that many more Golden Age comics coming to market. There still will be some, but
Yeah,
Silver Age, it's going to flood the market, I think, within 20 years.
I think what with Spider-Man, why it's so hard to find is it's more popular than the next 5 Marvel titles put together, and a lot of people just collect Spider-Man and just collect Amazing Spider-Man, and that's really inflated the market for that. Although it is coming back down,
Is it
um,
good?
but but it's coming back down from. It's so high up in the stratosphere that it's going to burn up on reentry.
Yeah.
So that's uh, it went from I can't even think about buying them to I can't buy them. But that's the other titles should get a little bit more affordable and already have, but again, there's not, at least not in my area, there's just not that many of them. I said, because I think, like I said, I don't know, the what this guy has at Bookery must have just had, an unbelievable collection that he bought. That if he's able to do what he's doing with it,
What do you know in your experience about the editing of Silver Age Marvel comics when they were reprinted in the 70s? I went through a Marvel Tales and compared it to an original Silver Age Amazing Spider-Man I had the other day to see if there were panels cut or pages cut, and it seemed to all be there. But I have heard that some of the titles cut panels or pages because the page count of art was less by the 70s. I know that Marvel Tales later altered, some of the dialogue so that Aunt May was talking about watching Dukes of Hazzard instead of Beverly Hillbillies. But what
that
do you know about that?
I was just going to mention that because I'm very familiar with what you just mentioned. I don't recall them cutting pages, but I do remember it wasn't Aunt May. It was someone making fun of somebody, and the original line was, "Your cousin likes Lawrence Welk," and they
Oh,
changed it to "Your cousin watches Dukes of Hazzard."
okay,
They were
yeah,
trying to make him more timely, which was not a fan of at all. Now,
yeah. You
now
can't,
they'll
you
edit
can't just,
things.
yeah,
Now they'll edit things for uh, politically correct reasons, and that's
yeah.
why you'll see sometimes the like Steve Englehart in a Power Man epic collection, I think it was. He issued an apology for some of his dialogue, which to me
Oh,
is completely unnecessary because the past is the past. You can't change it, and attempting to do it robs the people that want to preserve it. You don't have to buy it. If those old stories offend you, you don't have to buy them. I mean, but don't screw it up for the people that do.
yeah. There's a guy on Internet Archive that has these 3-hour collections where he strung together Marvel superhero cartoons in the 60s, and he always has at the very beginning, there's there's some things that will offend, that they were wrong then and they're wrong now. And like, what are you talking about? The Mandarin, Nazis, but maybe I think they're talking about depictions of women, what that Iron Man's rude to his secretary or something. What are you talking about? But it's interesting. Other than that obnoxious thing he puts at the beginning, he has them together in themes like origins, and you'll have the origin of the Hulk, and then it's not just the Marvel superheroes, Grant Tree Lawrence cartoons. He mixes in Spider-Man and completely, violating all copyright and Fantastic Four Barbera, and he's just so he puts strings together origin stories and epic battles, and I think by the time you get through all of his archive in his little section, you have pretty much all of the cartoons put together, but they're all mixed together. It's interesting the way he does it. That's on Internet Archive if you type in Marvel superheroes. Yeah, and there's this wave of younger people that collect older stuff, 50s furniture and music maybe, and but there's this catchphrase that they use: vintage style, not vintage values. That
Hmm.
we like this vintage style, but we don't think we did back then. And it's like, what? That you have an intact family, and so what were the horrible values that the average suburban person had back in the 50s? I mean, I don't know. It's like because some of these younger people, they see 50s furniture and they think, oh, that's when everyone was horribly racist and backwards. It's like that's not the way the 50s were. Library 88 says, do you have any old QSL radio cards, Gratu? Cartoonish and sometimes crudely hand-drawn personal calling cards of CB radio and amateur ham radio operators they would mail to each other. I've seen ham radio. I might have some of the ham radio operators, or maybe I just have them like as pictures on my computer. Yeah, they would have, like, Rat Fink and Lady Rat Fink. They would have their own names, and when you connected with someone on ham radio in another country or another part of the country, you would mail your cards back to each other, and yeah, some of them were pretty cool. They are wrong. Who is they?
You're talking about the Spider-Mans all being in slabs.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
Um,
Um, yeah. Alan Garrett says, I love Disney and comics. Spelling has all those Spider-Mans unslabbed. He did a series where he showed them out of the bag. Yeah. Gotham City Comics says, some of the greatest collections I've ever seen are from people that don't go online. Yes. Yeah. The younger people, the comic toms, they, not to insult them, but they aren't the experts. I mean, they're younger people. They don't really know. I mean, there's a lot of things they know. I don't know. I don't read Key Collector app and know all of that stuff. But Spider-Man has name recognition because he has a better press agent, says Melania. Well, he was always been the yeah. Fantastic Four was really the best Marvel comic, and Spider-Man and Thor. Um, yeah, but Spider-Man is just the one that everyone. I mean, partly it might be because of the '67 cartoon with that theme song, and that was the one that people remember the most. Normal people that don't read comics. Meyer says, "Sweet Christmas." Yeah.
I think
Um.
that the first 100 or so Fantastic Fours and the first 100 or so Spider-Mans, you can argue for either. And, I don't think there's a clear cut winner, but I don't think you can put anything else into that discussion because I think
Yeah.
those
Well,
two
the
were
thing
just
about
the
the,
best.
the only thing that might edge Fantastic Four out is that it was first. And, when Spider Man in his first issue, he's trying to join the Fantastic Four.
Yeah.
It was like that was where everything started. The average normal person that goes to the mall and sees the movies thinks everything started with Iron Man,
Yeah.
and which who was a character that was it wasn't a really great selling character. I mean, he was second tier. No, I liked the comic, but that was not where the Marvel universe started. But how the movie started. And then, Iron Spider-Man is a protege of Iron Man. I didn't like that, but I have liked the Spider-Man movies that they put out. Those have
Yeah.
been,
I
I
don't
mean,
mind them doing that for the MCU because that's whatever they want to make it. I
yeah,
appreciate what they have kept from the comics,
yeah,
and I agree. I like this. I really like the Tom Holland Spider-Man movies.
yeah,
But I agree that yes, what I don't like is when they try to make the comics fit the movies because what they've never gotten through their thick skulls is comic book fans will go see the movies. We're just gonna do that. But you're not gonna see a movie with all these spectacular effects and go, yeah, I'm gonna start reading his adventures on a printed page. It doesn't work
no,
nearly as much in reverse. And that's
no.
all you do
It
is
used to.
annoy your comic book base.
Yeah,
But do you mind if I duck out long enough to grab a bowl of soup?
yeah, sure.
And
Yeah,
I will be. I'll just mute myself, and I'll be back in probably about 10, 15 minutes
that's
tops.
fine.
Okay.
Yeah, the Marvel movies, starting with Iron Man, and then they did a Hulk movie, and then where did they go from there? They it was Iron Man, Hulk. Then they got a Thor movie. They had a Captain America movie. They had a second Iron Man movie. Then they had the Avengers. It was great. That time period was great. The first 10 years of these Marvel movies was great. Was everything done exactly like the comics? No, but it's very much in the spirit of the 1960s comics. A little bit of the 70s mixed in. Most of the stories were stories from the 60s. Then, yeah, they kept going. Uh, Winter Soldier, fantastic. And then the Civil War movie, that was, they introduced Spider-Man. It was all going great. And then it just, what went wrong? It was like, probably the third Avengers movie where you kill off Iron Man, you kill off Black Widow, you've put Captain America back in time. And then they started doing these TV series that were kind of not really that interesting. Loki and the one about the Falcon and the Scarlet Witch and Vision. And then movies came out, expected you to have watched those series. And then there was a really bad Captain Marvel movie. There was a terrible Eternals movie. There was a really bad although it was really a TV movie series. The Inhumans, badly done. Agents of Shield TV show, badly done. It's just all of a sudden everything started to be not very good. And that Thor Ragnarok movie was, I thought, was great. And then the same guy comes back for the next one, and it's terrible. I don't get it. It's like the first Wonder Woman movie was a lot of fun, and then same director comes back, and it's a piece of garbage. So now I don't see the Marvel movies. Now, the Guardians of the Galaxy movies were consistently good. I don't like what they did with Warlock, but it's still a great movie. And the Spider-Man movies have been consistently good. And then in a different movie studio, but some of the X-Men movies were fantastic. The first one is not part of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, but the first X-Men movie was great. The second one was not. The third one, third no. No, I'm so sorry. The second one was fantastic. It was the third one that was bad. I'm sorry. Take that back. X Men 2 was great. Yeah. X Men 3 was the really bad one. They did Days of Future Past. I thought that was a great movie. In fact, one of the best superhero scenes I've ever seen was the Quicksilver scene where he's running around and to Jim Croce's Time in a Bottle. Fantastic scene because it showed the joy of being just how much fun it is to be a superhero as opposed to the Zack Snyder Superman movies where he's just looking down. It's like, oh, these poor people. I have to rescue them from this flood. It's like, oh, I'm so tormented. It's just that was great. There were great movies. Like there was a Wolverine Origins movie that was terrible, and then there was a second Wolverine movie that I think it was called The Wolverine that I thought was great. I liked the Logan movie. It's like there's some that are hits and some of them that are real bad misses. X-Men First Class. I thought that was fantastic. That was really good. Um, um, the Spider-Man movies from Sam Raimi were great. First one, second one, great. Third one, Avi Arad forced him to put Venom in. Sam Raimi didn't even know what Venom was. He was a reader of the old Amazing Spider-Man. You could tell from the movies that he had made with Peter Parker on the motor scooter and everything. He was adapting the 60s stories. And then you have to throw Venom in because the producer says it'll sell action figures. And then he didn't do a very good job of Venom. And I don't care about the Venom character. That character came along after I stopped reading that comic. That's just this demonic goblin stuff that care about that. Venom and Carnage, that's after I gave up on that. So whatever. So Spider-Man 3, had it just been Sandman and the Venom wasn't in it, the Sandman looked exactly like he did in the comic. They shouldn't have had him be the real killer. Instead, that was a stupid move. If they'd taken Venom out, because they introduced Gwen Stacy in that with Ron Howard's daughter. That was, yeah. I mean, look back at all these movies and see what they did right, and what they did wrong. Let's see what people are saying here. I love Disney and comics. I didn't like how they did Drax when it first came out, but I got used to it, and he was funny. Yeah, you get used to it. It's a whole different thing, and then you kind of forget the character from the. I didn't see any reason for them to do Adam Warlock that way, but they were great. The Rocket Raccoon and the other animals and how they were being tortured and everything. That was all a very poignant part of the movie. Let's see. The best part of X-Men 3 was Kelsey Grammer as the Beast. Yeah, but it just wasn't the movie was badly done. Did it have moments that were okay? Yeah. I mean, my friend Tom and I watched that on disc, after it come out, and he liked that movie, but he wasn't a comic book reader. I personally do not like the second Quicksilver. The best one was killed off in Age of Ultron. The second Quicksilver. Uh, well, second Quicksilver. Um, I'm not sure what you mean. Um, they brought Quicksilver back in the Marvel because the other Quicksilver is a character that it's because he was part of the X-Men comic book. 20th Century Fox was able to use him in the X-Men movies, but because he was also an Avenger, Marvel could use the character. Um, it was just a weird thing. Like James Bond was able to be used in because of the way that the script of Thunderball was written by two people, and there was a lawsuit. So there was the other I can't really remember the details, but that's why Never Say Never Again could be made, which was basically a remake of Thunderball, but it wasn't by the Cubby Broccoli normal um, James Bond movies. And they brought Sean Connery back and basically did a remake of Thunderball. Or I'm trying to think of another example of that, where you know, they're just different studios. I'd say whatever. Rania says the second one was in the Fox movies, and he was annoying as all get out when he showed up in WandaVision. Okay. Well, the Quicksilver in the Fox movies. Well, Quicksilver in X-Men Days of Future Past was first. Then they had a different Quicksilver in the second, of Age of Ultron. That was afterwards. And then in WandaVision, they did have the same actor that played Quicksilver um, show up at the door from the Fox X-Men movies. But he was technically played Quicksilver first. Um, just, but that actor in the X-Men 20th Century Fox movies was very well done, I think. It was just a great teenager living in the basement. He had everything he wanted because he could take whatever he wanted. He could have an arcade machine in his basement. He could have all the National Lampoons because he was just so fast. He could just take anything from any store. He had everything he wanted. He was, but he, um, yeah, I thought he was good. Anyway, whatever. Um, yeah, WandaVision was interesting at first, and then you just realize, oh, this series isn't going anywhere, and it means nothing. Like all those movies now. Um, that last Ant-Man movie was it was just terrible. First two Ant-Man movies I liked. It's just they can't get it together now. They can't make anything decent. But anyway, who cares? Um, I mean, it's all a bunch of garbage. Oh, here comes the dog. Let's comment. Um, All right, I got kicked out. I meant, well, my power ended on the phone, but it was plugged in, so I don't know why that happened. That's what these humans are saying in the chat. Oh, looks like Ratu forgot to charge his phone again. No, it's plugged in, but I think maybe StreamYard sucks so much electricity out of the phone that it went beyond the power of the cord plugged in to charge it. Friar Tuck says, Gratu, come back. Justin says, WandaVision was promising. Yeah, it was. We liked it at first, but ultimately it meant, well, by the end, it just seemed like, wow, why did we watch this for 12 weeks or whatever? Because the Agatha Harkness stuff, it just seemed like, this is what WandaVision was promising. There's a point where I thought Marvel movies could take the new mediocre comic concepts and make them work, but not anymore. Yeah, what they were trying to do is they were trying to get rid of the old and bring in the new, young, okay for socialist Antifa type kids. They'd all be that we get rid of those old characters like Captain America and Iron Man, and we'll bring in the new Riri Williams characters and all these. And one of the biggest mistakes they made is unfortunately the actor that played the Black Panther died, so they figured, well, we can't hire someone new to play the Black Panther. That would be disrespectful to this actor's legacy. So they just made a Black Panther movie without the Black Panther in it, which made no sense and was depressing. Instead of doing what Hollywood normally does, okay, we'll get a new Tarzan, we'll get a new Sherlock Holmes, we'll get a new James Bond. Maybe he won't be as good, maybe he'll be better, but you don't do away with the character. If Robert Downey Jr. doesn't want to keep playing Iron Man, there are other actors that can. They may not have quite the same personality, but you could get another guy to play Iron Man. It's because he's not going to live forever or want to play the part forever. Of course, I don't know what he's been doing since, but that was a big mistake. And then how they handled the Submariner, pretty much the first Marvel character. Although that could be arguable that the angel might have appeared in pulps, but they just destroyed that character. Okay. Mariah, WandaVision is good until the last episode. They flubbed the landing hard. Yeah. I have a feeling Gratu's phone lost charge again, everyone. That is correct. Most likely. Justin says yes, and WandaVision started to show that Marvel didn't really have a plan anymore. Yeah, they did not have a plan, and were willing to string people along, right? I love Disney and comics thing. I think I dislike the Hulk the most. Okay, the Hulk, meaning the one right after Iron Man, or are you talking about the Hulk that was not part of the Marvel universe that happened a few years before that? The only thing I remember about that is that the Hulk was able to clap his hands together and leap great distances, and it's leaping across the desert. That was right out of the comic book, but it was all this plot line about how he'd been, childhood trauma had caused this. And then the more angry he becomes, the bigger he becomes. So the Hulk is like the size of King Kong, like 40 feet tall. That was ridiculous. But the Hulk that came after Iron Man, I think is a movie I think it's underappreciated. I thought, the effects weren't that great in it. This old high school friend of mine did the pre-production design for that movie, but that was the movie where it was like real clear. Okay, they do have a vision because they had Nick Fury appear at the end of Iron Man, but when in the Hulk movie you see Tony Stark in a bar, you hear General Ross talking about, yeah, we had this super soldier project back in World War II, and and this guy's got, and then you see a current super soldier doing all this stuff, and it's like, oh, okay, I can see how they're setting up a Captain America movie. I had fun with that movie. Um, Bronny says, if I could get hold of She-Hulk footage, I could honestly edit the show down to maybe 4 episodes and it would have been solid. Oh, I never gave it any, I didn't give it a shot after the first episode. I was gone like a cool breeze. I mean, I didn't think the actress had any personality. I hear someone said she was a good actress in something else, but I didn't think she was pretty. I didn't like how the Hulk was treated. I don't, that was another thing. I don't, you could have Hulk become Professor Hulk for part of a movie, but don't keep him that way. Um, that Then there were jokes about Captain America and whether he was an incel or something. It's like, oh yeah, you just gotta tear everything down, don't you? Whatever. It was clearly written by someone that had never read the comic. And personally, I preferred the Savage She-Hulk comics than the glamour, self-aware, breaking the fourth wall, John Byrne. I don't know. I preferred the older. Anyway, you're back.
Yeah, yeah. Steve was saying he disliked She-Hulk the most.
Oh, he did. I just. Oh, I read it. I can't read because I read She Is Thee. I think I dislike the Hulk the most, but it's not the Hulk. It's She-Hulk. Okay, yes. Okay, thank you for making that clear. Yeah, She-Hulk was incredibly bad, at least from the first episode. I'm sure it didn't get better.
It didn't,
Okay,
and I
thank
was the
you.
one that
All
said
right,
that.
Steve, forgive me for the Hulk movie. I didn't think was bad. I thought the guy playing the Hulk was okay. He didn't want to keep going, I guess. So they got that guy that seemed okay for a while, and then the more and more I hear about how liberal he is, then I realize, this guy really does seem stupid in the part. He doesn't really come across like a really smart guy in the Hulk. He comes across like an idiot. And then in the Black Panther movie, it's like they've got to make it really clear that the Black Panther's teenage sister is smarter than Bruce Banner. And he's like, "Oh, I didn't think of that. I'm glad you told me that, teenage girl." It's like, okay, it's all shit now. But for a good 10 years, they were a lot of fun. Those Marvel
Yeah,
movies,
yeah.
they really
I was
were.
the one. I was the one that said that the actress that played She-Hulk, Tatiana Maslany, she did a
I
show
believe
called
you.
she did a show called
Yeah,
Orphan Black where she played like 12 different characters and apparently brought none of that to She-Hulk because they
yeah.
had an agenda and they admitted it.
Yeah. Well, I'm approaching it in a very juvenile way, in the sense that I don't think she was pretty enough to be She-Hulk, and that's the completely biased and unjuvenile way for me to approach it. Whether she was a great actress, maybe she could have pulled it off, and I guess but it's not really the actress so much; it's the direction and the writing. You know, maybe she would have been fine, but to me, that was just, you start in the opening scene before the car wreck that causes her to have to get a transfusion from Bruce Banner, and they're joking about Captain America. I thought that was completely just disgusting. It's just part of their agenda to tear everything down, especially it's someone that represents America. You gotta knock him down every step you can.
Yeah, well,
Um,
She-Hulk was an fu to the fans that have carried these franchises for 10 years and again
oh,
chasing that mythical modern audience that they want to replace us with.
yeah.
It's one thing to do it in comics because the comics output doesn't even affect the bottom line, doesn't even move a decimal in Disney's portfolio. Movies and
Yeah.
TV shows, on the other hand, do. And when you tell half of the audience to go F themselves, it does affect them. That's why Disney's hemorrhaging money.
Well, yeah, they did that, and I don't know if they even care that they're hemorrhaging money, because otherwise they'd change. I think they really want to just. I think they've been taken over by socialists that just want to bring culture down and make anything that's great. They want to knock it down. Any statues, they want to knock them down. They just want to bring her like something that might have once given joy to fat people everywhere and beautiful McDonald's with all the bright colors. Let's paint it gray and black and make it look like a Stalin era prison. Uh, you know, that's just how they are, man. They want everything to be bleak, and it's all part of their philosophy. They've written this stuff down. Uh, it's like we're being taken over by these horrible people that just want everything ugly and depressing. And because I don't know. I don't really get it, but you know, TV and movies used to affect comics. The Batman TV show made the comics sell really well, but that's when they were available everywhere where kids could see them. And it's like, oh, Batman comic, I've seen the TV show, and then the sales go sky high. But I remember in the mid 90s, I was in a comic store in Longview, Texas, and I said, well, these X-Men comics must be selling really well with the kids with this cartoon on Saturday mornings. He says, no, it doesn't work that way. And so I was asking him why. Isn't that kids see the cartoon, but the kids don't go into a comic book store. That's not where kids go. Kids go into 7-Elevens, and I guess at that point there were still spinner racks in 1994, 95, but not as many. And the comic wasn't welcoming to kids from that cartoon. It was like trying to catch up on a soap opera that had been around for decades. And it was so many different X-Men comics that you don't know where to start or where. It was just
Yeah, the difference
ridiculous.
between in the '60s when the TV show spiked sales. Yeah, I remember in the '60s, the only entertainment that you could control was what record you put on your turntable.
Yeah,
By the '90s, you had cable, video games were starting to
yeah,
were improving by the day. And there was so much more things for kids to do,
yeah.
and so much more that could assault the senses, that the idea of reading a magazine with a bunch of drawings on it didn't have the same appeal that it did to kids from prior generations.
That's right. And I was talking about that the other day, or maybe even yesterday. I was looking at some comics from the '80s, and I think one of the things that depressed me so much about the '80s, without realizing, is you're seeing the death of these comics, because on the back cover, every ad is for video games you can play in your house, and you're realizing this is why kids don't read comics anymore, and this is where it was first starting when the Atari 2600 came in and the Intellivision and everything. Pretty soon, you're right, why would you want to read Spider-Man when you can be Spider-Man, and a pretty realistic now it the reality of these video games has become so real that you might as it's well be there. And yeah, why would you read the comic in that, especially in that era when the art wasn't as good? I don't think it was I don't know who was drawing the comics at that time, but I got a Spider-Man comic, and it must have come out in the '90s. I've never seen artwork that bad. It wasn't the Todd McFarlane era. It was just it was unbelievably bad. And it was like some comic that I guess someone had gotten for a quarter at half price books, and it somehow wound up with me. And I was embarrassed to have that out in a library for kids to see it, because they might think that's what that comic is like. It was bad. But to me, Spider-Man exists in a world of the 1960s, and so does the Fantastic Four. That's where they belong. And I don't, I accept Spider-Man a little bit into the '70s with the bell bottoms, but past that, it's like he doesn't belong in that world. He doesn't belong in the world of today. He belongs in the world with go-go girls and girls in cages and guys, everything from that time period. That's the perfect time to set that character in. I understand this movie they're making, they're going to set it in the 60s and have them somehow wind up in the world of today. Um, there was some filmmaker that was planning to do that about 20 years ago. I forget his name. That some people realized that the character belongs in that world. The people that made The Impossibles, which is still the best Fantastic Four movie ever made, set it in a mid-century world because they realized that. Um, the people that made the Batman the Animated Series realized that Batman doesn't just exist today. He's a character that's existed in many eras. So and so they drew him a little bit like the 50s Batman. They put in 40s looking cars, but they're still kind of modern. There was just a mixture. Tim Burton had started that with his movies where he wanted to make him look like pulps because he didn't really understand Batman, but he was adapting Batman more as a pulp character, someone that would kill people and a lot darker than Batman really ever was, and his own vision. But it was good. It was really good, and it just Batman shouldn't have guns. He shouldn't have machine guns uh, popping out of the Batmobile. It just doesn't. It reflects, even though it looks cool, it reflects someone that really hasn't ever read the comics and doesn't understand them. And I just that animated series was fantastic, but that's been degraded now because you've had these animated movies where they've got Harley Quinn seducing Robin, and it's done in that exact same animation style as the '90s series, and then you have this new Harley Quinn R-rated, X-rated series on
Yeah.
HBO with all the cursing and gore, and yeah, it's all ha ha funny, but it's drawn in the same style as that '90s cartoon. What are you doing? What is the point of that? You're degrading all of that wonderful work on the TV show. And then I just thought, okay, Poison Ivy and Harley Quinn, they're friends. They're just, but why do they have to be more than friends now in the comics? It's like, can't two girls just be friends and go break the law together? So they're friends. So it's got to be this.
Yeah, that's
I don't know. It's
it's
just
again,
so
it's just trying to appeal to that new audience. And
yeah.
I've never
It's
understood why you. I mean, I do understand it, but it'll never make sense to me why you.
Melania's got. Yeah, you're good.
Good, you can go and read her comment.
It's just she says her theory is that the comics division of the big two companies are being used as tax write-offs to help their parent companies with taxes. Yeah, and they're just being used to mine intellectual properties that they think they could sell. But yeah, they could be. It could be like the producers. It's like they're trying to create bombs. But I don't know that they really are setting out to make terrible Star Wars movies and terrible. I think that they're good. They think, oh, we've got a great show, She-Hulk. They're confused when people don't like them because I think they're just stupid people. I mean,
My guess
how
is
many times can you do a tax write-off?
I'm guessing they're probably being supplemented with ESG money and whatnot, but because which means
Okay,
the people at the top will get theirs, but everybody else is screwed, including the fans, because
well,
they're the people that they want their audience to be doesn't exist in large enough numbers as paying customers. They're very adept at pirating, and that's what they do.
yeah,
And it's unfortunately those people have the correct opinions as dictated by today's society, and we don't. So that's why there's less and less entertainment geared towards us. And it's also why whenever they do, and I'll use the Reacher TV show as an example, gangbuster ratings. I mean, people just came out of the woodwork to watch that because it wasn't political. It was just, it was toxic masculinity on full display. And people loved it. And they came back for seconds, and they'll come back for thirds, even though the guy that plays Reacher is saying all kinds of stupid shit, when he's not reading from a script.
Yeah, that's a series that's based on a movie series,
A series of novels. And
novels.
the guy that plays him now is like 6'4", 250, give or take. In the books he's 6'5", 250, so they got close. But in the movies, they got Tom Cruise to play him because of the box office appeal.
Oh, right. Yes. Okay. All right. So it's a good series. That's on what platform?
Amazon.
Okay, I think we have Amazon.
I
Well,
love
that's
it.
good.
I mean, it's violent. Yeah, there's violence and gore, but it's just so well done.
Well, that sounds good. I'm always I don't want to say I hate everything today. I just want I just don't want everything I've loved as a kid just destroyed. Meyer says, "What do you describe? What you are describing is the death of art. Art influenced government." Um, Justin says, "I can't move the comments up. That is weird." Justin said, "I don't know what's going on. I can't. Hold on. Something's going on here. Oh, how did I do that? I didn't. I didn't know I could do that. Oh boy, I don't know what I'm doing here. Let's see. Okay. Well, there's a comment by Justin, but I can't scroll down to see it.
The first 10 books are pretty good too. Very much stranger comes to town and rights wrongs.
Okay. Yeah, I don't. Oh, maybe someone else is trying to get in. Nope, no one's trying to get in. Oh yeah, there you go. Yeah, the first 10 books. I got it fixed now. Yeah, cool. Aren't influenced by government. Yeah, I think that's what's going on. But
I mean, he's a cartoon. I mean, he's a comic book character. I mean, you might as well be because he's just God. And the guy that played him, I don't know if you ever watched the Smallville series, but the guy that played I believe it was Aquaman. Yeah, but he is just jacked now, and I mean he's bigger than Chris Evans got to play Captain America.
Yeah,
and he looks like
I didn't watch Smallville long enough to get into when heroes started appearing. I don't think. I was really into it for the first few years, and I thought it was well done. I really liked that Lex Luthor was portrayed as kind of a good guy because I think it's always and I like it when a villain is not total evil and you can see okay there's uh there's good to this person too.
Yeah.
It makes it more interesting. They did that with Magneto in the X-Men movies. But you know, when there are people that are total evil, you think, well, that doesn't really happen in real life. Everybody's got a good side to them, but I've realized there are people that are just completely evil and really, but it's more interesting to watch a villain that's conflicted or they think they're doing right, but they're really doing something horrible, but they think, hey, I'm the good guy. That's interesting to me when the villain thinks they're the good guy. because I don't think Hitler thought he was the bad guy. He thought he was doing right, but he wasn't. Um, or anyone in history. I mean, no one, I don't think very few people start off to, I just want to, unless they're completely mentally ill, I just want to destroy everything, which is why society hasn't been destroyed. It's why there hasn't been a nuclear war, because people realize, oh, shoot, I don't want to do that, because then my family goes up in flames too. But right as we're filming this, recording this, we're we're oh, Trump's about to go on stage. I'm actually watching on Sun on delay. But the we're about to have another Cuban Missile Crisis. No one's even talking about it. I mean, there's Russian ships heading to Cuba with missiles and everything. It's like no one talks about it. I mean, um, there's only so much he can put up with. It's like, um, so I don't know if how will Obama handle it, because he's the one. I don't know if he's the one pulling the strings of Biden, or if it's someone even higher up and more evil. But um, I almost have more faith that Putin is more reasonable than the people running our government. I almost trust him more that he's not going to start something, because he's put up with so much and he hasn't used nuclear weapons yet. I'm thinking, I know he's far smarter than the people running our government,
Yeah.
but I know we're supposed to hate him and everything. So he's a bad man. So I'll listen to what they say in the media. Um, but anyway, I'll lose some subscriptions over that, I'm sure. Justin says, I'm waiting for the endearing Klaus Schwab story.
Yeah.
That guy, man, he's right out of James Bond. That's the other thing. James Bond movies always seem so pulp like, so comic book like, and you realize, no, they're reality. That's Ian Fleming. He'd some goofy, names for the, characters, but there was absolute reality. There are Spectre type organizations out there, and all that, that he wrote about in the books. And it's interesting. It's weird, because we're like living the plot of a comic book, of a pulp novel, of an Ian I mean, it's like happening all around us, and it's like I can't even believe it, and I don't understand. In my parents' generation and our grandparents' generation, they waited till they were gone before they pulled all this stuff, because they wouldn't have tolerated it. I don't even know how my father would have thought of what's happening now. But that they waited till that World War II generation, the Korean War generation, was gone before they started trying to pull the rug out from under us. So I don't know. So
Yeah.
what are you looking for now, comic book wise? Once you get back up running, what is your
Uh,
current obsession?
just it, stuff that I haven't reacquired in general. I just get a kick out of finding 10, 12, 15, 20, even 25-cent comic that I don't currently have. And it really doesn't matter what genre it is. There's still plenty of stuff that I don't have now.
Yeah, that's really exactly the way I look at it. I kind of draw the line at 25 cent, because after that, it really or either I can look at it by the price, or I can look at it, does it have a barcode on it? I want it before the comics have barcodes, because that's pretty much about the same. About a year after the, I guess the barcode came, when they were 30 cents. So I mean,
Yeah.
there's not that there aren't great comics after the barcode came in, but it's a good indicator. Like, if you're looking at an Archie comic with a barcode, it's like, oh man, it's not going to have that cool early 70s, 60s, 50s, that was one that was so great
Yeah.
because the great thing about Archie is it reflected the culture of the time, the fashion, the music, the jukeboxes, the kids on the beach. It was just a snapshot of that time period, and it's so bright and colorful. And yeah, I want Archie from 1980 because I didn't. And what was 1980s fashions? It was. I mean, I was a teenager then, but it was just like, yeah.
It
It's
was
like I felt
hideous.
I'd been shortchanged, man. I didn't. Why am I having to be a teenager in the early 80s? I mean, I get we have MTV, but it's nothing cool about today. Everyone's wearing Izod Lacoste shirts, and it's just hideous. I wish, I'd been part of a previous generation. Um,
I, yeah, I fashion for guys and girls were at its all-time worst in the second half of the 70s. And
oh
that's when I
yeah,
went to high school. So I can remember it said the collars on your shirts had to be able to touch your shoulders. Nehru jackets, velour shirts, and corduroys, and oh man, it was just not good.
I just remember every boy had their hair parted in the middle and
Yep.
feathered down. It was hideous. So I could never take, even at the time, I realized how horrible everything looked. There was a Hardy Boys TV show, and it's like those books. I never read many of them, but they were 50s looking guys, and then to see them on the TV and they look 70s. I hated the 70s then, but now looking back on it, the music that we hated in the 70s, well, it wasn't that bad. It was actually great, but maybe it's just because it's reflecting juxtaposed against the music of today, or maybe it's because I'm nostalgic for that time period. But I hear "Afternoon Delight." That song brings back so many wonderful memories of the summer of '76, and songs that aren't good songs, but are they good? If they bring me happiness, then they must be good. But you're embarrassed to admit you like them, I guess is what it is. It's
Yeah,
guilty. You feel guilty liking them. Like if I said I like "You Make Me Feel Like Dancing" by Leo Sayer, it's like that song. That's a great song. I don't know. It's just some of that early Van Halen stuff. It's like "Dance the Night Away." I mean, that's just stuff. You're embarrassed, but it really wasn't. If it makes you feel good, it must not be bad music. Let's see what people are saying here. Myers says, "I really liked how those powder blue prim suits looked, though, especially with long sideburns." Oh, he means prom. The spell correct is really getting us today.
yeah, that was those were more the first half of the 70s because I've seen yearbooks from like a couple years older than me, and holy shit, they were hideous.
Yeah, yeah. I think everything went bad about the time of the summer of love, I think. And the hippie culture became kind of
Oh,
absorbed by the
no doubt.
fashion designers. Because everything was still cool looking in '66, and you see the way, all the teenagers look in the Batman TV show. But then, yeah, once the hippie look came in, it got, Myers says, I thought they looked cool. I thought that they looked cool. Yeah. You
If
ever
you could
see
pull
those
it off, I
ads?
guess.
There's ads in old magazines for some line of clothing called eleganza, and it's like pimp clothing, and they've got collars that are rounded and come way down, and it's just yeah, look up eleganza fashion. um there it's insane. um but yeah, that's exactly right. I look for that time period, but I yeah, that stuff makes me happy. But yesterday we were looking through all these Charlton War comics at Gotham City Comics, and it's like they were the late 70s, and it's like, man, well, if they were a quarter or less, I would want them. But and it's and not that they were really that different, but just something about it. Yeah, I like that early 70s and 60s stuff. And then once it goes over this hill into 77, 78, it's like, it's just not as desirable to me. I think the, what was her name? Silver haired Bronze Age babe doesn't do as many videos now,
Yeah.
but she said people tend to collect. I think she said from the time that they started collecting, 10 years back and 10 years forward. Either that or she said 10 years back and 10 years forward from when they were born. No, it must have been when they started collecting. So so you started collecting in the late 70s. Was that
75.
75? So yeah. So your main interest, according to her theory, your main the window would be 65 to 85, all that time period. And that's partly true, but I no, because I started collecting comics for like 1969, 1970. So that would bring me up to 1980 and back to 1960. That's about right. I mean, I'd collect 50s comics. I just really can't afford that, or I never
Yeah.
see them. So it's kind of a moot point.
I think if you're passionate about something, I think it's easier to go back than to go forward because I'm passionate about music, and I've discovered you know uh like bop era jazz that I really like. That's
Mhm.
going backwards, but going forward, I find it a lot more difficult to embrace because it's easier to if you hear something now and go, they're just ripping off so and so that I liked back then, and to a degree that's
Yeah.
true. But as each new generation, like if I'm 20, I'm hearing that stuff. I don't have that frame of reference, so I can embrace it more fully. I think that's
Yeah.
so. Yeah, what she's saying is, very, very true.
Yeah. Like this, a current artist that I like, Sir Chloe, sounds a lot like garbage from the 90s. So the new artists that I like tend to sound like old stuff that I'm comfortable with. Right. Yeah, but I can go way far back with music. I a lot of time there's a great YouTube channel called Atticus Jazz. Atticus
I'm
spelled like,
subscribed.
yeah, and it's just they add new music. You can just leave that playing all day long, and it's not just they're playing really high quality recordings of this old music from the 1920s and I guess 30s, but they're also showing these tremendous postcards and photographs from that era of there's some of them are kind of like naughty French postcards, and it's a great slideshow too. It's just a great channel to have on. It may be a little PG rated at times, but it's 1920s. I mean, it's stuff that's 100 years old, but sometimes stuff from 100 years ago was PG rated too. But it's fun. And that music's great. You can always discover that there's always great stuff out there. I'm always finding great stuff. I just kind of like the world to shape up a little bit, and
I
because
was
man,
I was
but
listening to one of the notifications popped up from Atticus Jazz, and it was Fletcher Henderson.
yeah,
And my uncle, who was about 6 years older than my dad, he this will put in perspective how it affects every generation. According to my uncle, the like Blue Note era of Capitol Jazz with John Coltrane, uh, oh god, Cannonball Adderley, et cetera, et cetera. I can't believe I can't name more of them, but that stuff wasn't any good. It was too hip to flip, whatever he would say, because his era was the era before that. Now, that stuff that he was dismissing is fantastic. But if you are, I guess, older, of course, like his generation has passed on. He'd be 99 if he were still with us. But it's funny how it's to prove again, it's easier to go back than forward. Because I can't imagine hearing something like Hank Mobley and not thinking it's great, and then having somebody tell me, "Oh, that's just junk. You should hear this." Now, I may like that stuff that he directs me to because it's pulling me back. But if he pointed to, say, somebody from 1985, maybe, jazz, because the longer my era is, pretty confined. You get to a certain point, I'm not really that interested anymore because I said it's again proving silver haired Bronze Age babes point. But it's still just crazy to think of that something that's so well thought of that wouldn't appeal. I would think it would appeal to everybody, but it doesn't because I said he was older and in his mind that was just that kid's noise. Just like we look at stuff from the '90s, say maybe or the stuff that comes out thinking, oh, that's just noise. But if you're of a certain age, you hear it differently. So it's now and that's taking all ideology, all politics out of something like that. If it's just people making music. Yeah, I said the last artist I think that I really embraced. Are you familiar with a guy named Pokey Lafarge?
No, but I know Fletcher Henderson. I'll tell you about that in a minute. But no, I don't know Pokey
Well,
Lafarge.
check out Pokey Lafarge. It's more Americana music. But he sounds. Oh, he looks and sounds like he's from the '50s. And
Okay.
I
So he's
think you would
someone
like
today.
it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
I caught him for the first time on Letterman of all places, and I have
Oh.
several of his albums, and he's really, really, I like him a lot. It's just, I'm not gonna say unique sound, but it's probably closer to unique today. But there are a lot of people that sound like him.
But Myers already sent me a link. Well, maybe I must know it because I'm sure I saw the link. But
He looks like the guy. He looks like a guy that could have come out at the filling station and started wiping down your windshield if you stopped in one of those places in 1958.
okay.
And I think you'd like his music too.
He makes
Yeah,
videos that
everything
look
about
old.
him looks old.
Well, that's good. That's good. Fletcher Henderson, this custodian at the school I used to teach at, he was related to Fletcher Henderson. He had all these photographs. He'd show me the guy in Fletcher Henderson's band that he was related to. And he grew up in whatever town that was that the Jackson family was from. And he lived a few blocks away. His father knew Michael Jackson's father, and so he had pictures of the Jacksons when they were just a garage band, and he collected comics, he collected antiques, he had a lot in common with me. He was just but yeah, he was from, oh, his last name was Campbell, and he was related to the Campbell soup family. So um it was very, and he had all these great, and when it was Black History Month, he could fill out a whole giant display case with pictures of his family that were really dressed to the nines, very wealthy people around the turn of the century. He was from a really fine family. So yeah, he was famous for every time. I guess that's February, right? He would have tremendous displays because he really treasured all the clippings, and records and everything that, from his family history. But yeah, that's how I first heard about Fletcher Henderson. Is like, he told me he was related to Fletcher Henderson, so I wanted to listen to Fletcher Henderson's music, and it was great. And it's like, wow, you're related to some real royalty. That's a great band from the 20s. Myers says his kids listen to Pokey Lafarge, and he says my kid who grew up loving punk and rap has advanced to bluegrass, jazz, and retro rock, pop, country. Bluegrass is fantastic, and there is a guy from Japan. I haven't listened to that channel in a while. It's weird. Sometimes YouTube just stops giving you updates to channels, and sometimes they unsubscribe you from people. But I forget what he puts up entire albums of bluegrass from 50, 60 years ago, and he's actually it's he's Japanese, and he's really into bluegrass. I need to find his channel again. For a while, I was really into bluegrass. I love that music. Um,
I like a little bit of
so
bluegrass
what?
now and
So
then.
yeah, do you? So I'm trying to remember you. You came up with. You found my channel through the Crypt Keeper of Castle Hills.
Yes.
And then you're saying you had the idea for the four color fossils, and I'm trying to remember how all that started. It's
How it started was, like I said, I was watching, Comic Crypt, and he was raving about your channel, and I checked it out, saw the stuff behind. That was back when you were like showing a lot of you walking around a lot showing your house down in Texas. It was like,
yeah.
this is absolutely amazing. And I said, I was impressed by the way you could just, and I found out later, you were a teacher, and that's kind of, because you said that's kind of how you got your gift for gab, how you can carry on a solo stream for hours. That's not something many people do well. In fact, the two people I found that do it the best are you and Englentine. He can go on forever too.
Well, I
I
do tend
can't.
to say and a lot.
Yeah,
I
that's
do notice
natural.
that.
But and so I go. This is, what? Because I had seen a couple of Rod's videos and a couple of Hans's. I go, what if we all got together and did stuff? And graphic Mike had shown up. He was popping up in Englentine chats a couple times during the auction, and I must have said something out loud, and I think he might have mentioned it. He goes, "That sounds good. We should do that." I didn't have the ability to do that because I don't, I'm not even equipped to set up my own live streams. I go, okay, I've got the idea. I just need somebody more tech savvy to help me pull it off.
Yeah, he figured out StreamYard
Yeah,
first.
and then
Yeah, I remember that.
I think Micah reached out to because he was familiar with you guys too, and he reached out to you guys, and I said my one regret was that Mike didn't want to do them because he didn't he didn't have the right lighting or something. Because I said I think was I said I really want to stream with Gratu and Comic Crypt, and Micah goes, "What am I, chop liver?" And I remember saying that, and
And who said that?
Micah, because I was
Oh,
just I was droning on about you and Mike, and I go, no, I said I like your channel a lot too. I said and I and it just kind of snowballed from there, and that's how
yeah.
we came up with the idea to do that. And because I didn't know that, I mean, I don't know who else was doing group streams showing off old stuff and whatnot, but yeah, that idea would have never popped into my head had it not been for your channel.
Oh wow. Well, the Crypt Keeper, he uses natural lighting, so it has to be a certain time of day for
Yeah.
he's got a big picture window, Well, maybe not back then. He may not have moved to
Oh
his
yeah,
that big penthouse apartment.
this was his
Yeah,
old residence.
yeah. His technology. Well, now he can only do it in the daytime because he needs that natural light. But he's got a laptop that's broken in half. The top part is no longer attached. Everything has to be balanced just right. The light has to just be right. So sometimes he'll pop on a stream of mine in the daytime. But he's kind of happy now. He was kicked off YouTube,
Yeah.
and but now he's real happy because now he's kicked himself of the addiction to buy all the variant covers. So sometimes he'll slip, but that was a bad addiction. And he's gotten into the DVD buying, the horror movies and stuff. And that's kind of, it's not that he's kicked comics, but and I think he's pretty happy. He's just um, with all that. I think maybe, but my regret is he did a 3 hour show, and it was said this is a tribute to Gratu and how he does shows, and he showed the strip center that used to have the store where he bought comics, and he was it was a very nostalgic show, and he mentioned me a lot, and it was great for my ego and everything, and I was like, I'm going to record this because this is cool. It's like that you really feel touched by it, and then he got kicked off, and it's like, well, I can't record that show now. He said all his stuff is saved on he's got backups of everything, but will he start another channel? I try to encourage him to, and I don't know that he really wants to. Um, that is a shame because I enjoyed. He kind of pushed the boundaries more with some of the covers he showed, and that's probably why that
I,
happened.
I remember that video. I watched all 3 hours of it.
It was
That was a lot of fun. He, like I said, I found I was really fascinated by the way he did his videos, by the way you did, and I said I'm really glad the way it what came from that, because I I said I've gotten to know Rod very well, and Micah and you, and it's some more so than others, but I said it's because there's my whole life. I said I had two friends in real life that were into comics,
yeah,
and there's good and bad in everything. One of the things that the comic book industry taking a header did was it launched a lot of YouTube channels criticizing what comics had become. That's how I got on comic book YouTube to begin with. And then eventually other channels started popping up that weren't immersed in the daily drama of comics, but showed really cool old stuff, which is what I'd waited my whole life to find. So it took the comic book industry basically going south to finally meet people of like mind,
yeah,
that because they just don't exist in large enough numbers in one place. And thanks to
right.
YouTube, it's you're able to find those people.
Well, you're right. When I was in third and fourth grade, I had a group of friends that were really into comics. And then when I was in fifth grade, that was in San Antonio, and I was living in fifth grade in Tacoma, Washington, 75, 76. I had one friend that was into comics. He kept telling me to buy the new X-Men, and I kept blowing him off. It's like, I don't know. Then eventually I listened to him, but I should have listened to him earlier because he was telling me right when it was happening, man. And then after that, it wasn't really until I was in the later years of high school that I met a couple of people. One worked in a comic store, but after that, all my friends, my whole life, were collectors of horror memorabilia, and I had friends that collected 1950s stuff and records and rockabilly and garage rock, and it was a lot of fun. But well, my friend Randy had a bunch of comics from that he had bought in the late 60s and early 70s, but that wasn't his main thing, and those were, kind of stored away, and he was mainly into record collecting. And then he decided to sell his X-Men collection, which was X-Men 1 through probably, into the new X-Men. He had every issue, which was an easy thing to do in the 70s. Those comics were worthless, and you could get X-Men number 1 pretty cheap before the new X-Men came along, and he was getting all that stuff, I'm sure the new X-Men when they started, off the rack. So it um anyway, he sold it through Heritage, yeah, and yeah, Heritage in Dallas, and he wasn't really happy with what the amount he got, and he was like, he was kind of wondering if I wonder if that was actually the book I sent them. It kind of looked a little different, so he was a little paranoid about that, and then he still had his whole Spider-Man collection from the early single digits up through the 70s, I guess, and he had his Avengers collection from it, I think issue 16 through the mid 70s, and and then a few years ago, he just he called me over and just said, "Here, you can have my Avengers collection. My daughters don't care about this. I don't want to send it to Heritage. I just wanted to go to someone that would appreciate it." So all of a sudden, I had a almost long run. And some of the Silver Age Avengers I had in the early 70s. So I have duplicate copies now, but it was just like, wow, amazing. A whole long box of Avengers comics, and that was great. And I said, well, I don't think he's ready to give up his Spider-Man comics yet. I mean, they're not in great shape. They're probably good condition, but if he ever does, I hope he thinks of me, because he doesn't really, he knows that where's it going to go? I mean, might as well go to someone that appreciates it. But what he's keeping is his Spider-Man, his Marvel, Captain Marvel comics, his Kirby, the New Gods stuff. There's some other stuff that he's keeping, but that's and he was buying from Robert Bell through the mail order ads in the
Yeah.
comics, and because he said when the day that they landed on the moon, supposedly, because people doubt it, but he said they were landing on the moon. He says I couldn't care less because I got a new package from Robert Bell, and I was going through those comics. And it's like, who cares about this grainy videotape from the moon? So,
um, Real
yeah,
quick, it's Meyer. I'm not. I know the name, but I'm not that familiar with it. And could you excuse me for a couple minutes?
yeah, sure.
Okay.
Everything but the girl is what Meyer's talking about. I'm not sure I know that band either. It seems like I've heard that name. Yeah, I was never really that sure about how all that started. So that all started in the chat on England Teens page. Eric mentioning the idea. I wonder if Eric is the one who came up with the name. Anyway, Meyer, if you want to come on, you're welcome to come on. Um, if you're not indisposed. Um, and I'm watching Trump, but I'm recording it. I'll be watching the Trump rally later. Never fear. I'm not sure why you guys are watching this instead of the Trump rally. Perhaps you are pinkos and communists. Maybe you're going to watch the Trump rally later. Or perhaps you're just un-American. Myers says new wave jazz band, late 80s and early 90s, great band.
And great Roger Penske is a trucker. He's also a great Indianapolis. He won it 20 times. Can you believe it? Think of how smart you have to be. Japan, Germany, all these nations, they spend billions and billions of dollars trying to win the Indianapolis.
Oh, I forgot, Meyer, that you're in a lot of pain. I'm so sorry. I have dental wax in my mouth, so I'm better just as a viewer. Yeah, his tooth in the back of his mouth broke yesterday morning, and it was jagged and it was cutting his tongue, and he can't go to the dentist till tomorrow. I keep asking him to come on. All he'll do is slash up his tongue. Shoot. No, no, no. Stay in the chat. Sorry, Meyer. But get to the dentist tomorrow, man. Um, Yeesh. I forgot about that.
They thought it would, I remember why it took 5 years. I went to Iraq. I met with the.
Anyway, I was saying earlier that I don't really buy CDs anymore, although I really should, because I just get, recorded all right off YouTube, all the new music. But I am getting a CD tomorrow. I'm excited. It's a 3 CD set of music from the Wonder Woman TV series. It's from La La Land Records. They do soundtracks. They've just reissued the Elmer Bernstein, never names that you've always just read, but you've never said them out loud. Wonderful composer, music composer. But he did, there's the cartoon movie Heavy Metal, it has a rock soundtrack. You can get the double disc rock soundtrack with all the rock and roll songs that are in the movie, but there's also an orchestral score in the background when the rock music isn't playing by Elmer Bernstein, and you can get that from La La Land Records. It's really, really cool music. But La La Land Records puts this stuff out in limited amounts, so I recommend you. I think they just stopped. This Wonder Woman soundtrack is 3 discs, and it's just out of production. And I don't think they made more than like 2,500 copies of it. So I would recommend you look up La La. I think it's 3 laws, like La 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 Land. Maybe it's La La Land. Maybe it's La La Land Records out of Burbank, California. And you can order the Wonder Woman soundtrack. I don't know if they still have the Munsters soundtrack. I got that last year. That's phenomenal. It's all from the master tapes, but the music by Jack Marshall for the 2 seasons of the Munsters. I never thought I'd have a Munsters soundtrack. I got that on CD a while back. I don't know if it's still for sale from them, because they didn't print many of that either, but I'm sure you try Amazon or eBay. If you're watching this channel, I think that you would like to have the Munsters soundtrack. And the Wonder Woman music is phenomenal, especially that first season. Of course, the theme song, but think about all the music that's playing in the background with the fight scenes and everything. It's all great. Some independents are good. Some independent record labels, comic book. I don't know, Chuck. Yeah, but not sure. Yeah, but I'm not sure what genre of stuff you're talking about, because I've been talking about so many different things: music, comics, movies. Yeah.
And what they've done is they've weaponized the Department of Justice. The only thing they didn't understand is
So
that we just had the largest fundraiser.
let's talk about key issues and pulling the trigger on grails that present well. Because here in the comic book community, we have lots of FOMO. And that Matt Baker art sure is great. And my personal Mega Grail has Matt Baker art on it. And let's produce more content here on YouTube about Mega Grails that present well in slabbing comics, I think. Because we don't want run fillers. We don't want run fillers. We want those iconic tropes in our PC. We got it we buy them at the LCS OTR off the rack. So going forward, we're going to be more comic book centric on this channel. And I like to talk about tech. Detective Comics, we'll just call it tech to sound cool. And we don't want those spine ticks, man. And we only want 9.8. Now 9.9 because CGC is now giving comics 9.9. Did you hear the latest news? And they're slabbing pulps. So it's time to start buying the pulps now. Going forward. And those, don't forget those PCH books. So let's go down the rabbit hole of content about raw comics being bad. You don't want raw comics. You want everything slabbed. It's the new paradigm shift to all comics sealed in plastic. It's an existential threat to our democracy to have raw comics. You don't want that. You don't want comics you can actually read because you might get bad ideas from the past because, vintage comics, not vintage values. Yes. So we all present well here in the comic book community with our grails. We pull the trigger on grails. And boy, do we have FOMO. Key issues, wonderful key issues. Make sure you get the key issue app. What do they call it? Yeah, I forget what I call it. The key issue app. Is that what it's called? Yes, indeed. So going forward, moving forward, we're going to show our PCs more. Yes, indeed. Why am I talking over Donald Trump? What's wrong with me?
Deranged individual named Jack Smith. He's a deranged, dumb guy. He's a dumb son of a bitch. And what he did.
I love it. I don't know. You may make fun of me for that.
Can you imagine, sir, they're exonerating you. They consider you to be incompetent. And therefore, because you're incompetent, they're going to exonerate you. I say, I don't want that. Let me be guilty before they do that.
When you gonna crack open your slab book, Ratu? I'd love to do that. I'm a little scared to do it. I keep watching. I watch how Night Tiger opens his slabs, which is to shatter them. I watch how Kevin Johnson at Gotham City Comics opens his slabs, which is just to put his fingernails in there and just open it up. That part seems the easiest. Then you've got the comic book in a little sealed plastic bag, and you've got to cut just perfectly around several edges to free the book. I would have done it already. I have a Dick Briefer Frankenstein comic from the mid 50s, early 50s that I got slabbed. I bought it slabbed from someone because it was slabbed and the person was homeless and needed to eat, and it was in the back of his car, along with other comic book collectibles that I wanted, like the first edition DC Comics first edition, treasury size comic that reprinted the first Wonder Woman comic, but he had a hardcover edition, which you don't see very often. And I got that from him, and I bought he had recreated a Herb Trimpe Hulk, Incredible Hulk cover where he's fighting the Glob. He'd done a painted canvas of that. I bought that from him, bought a bunch of things from it. But anyway, he had a Frankenstein book. And I've got that comic book reprinted in a hardcover book with the original ads, one of those PS art books. And so since I can read it and have the original ads, it hasn't put a real fire under me to open that slab. But if I didn't have that, I would have opened it. I've just never done it before, and I don't want to damage that comic. It's, but no, I don't have any respect for CGC or the slabbing process. I'm completely philosophically opposed to it, with the exception of something super historically important and maybe that's worth more than the average house. Some book like that, maybe I could see staying slabbed, but I just don't get it.
Or you get electrocuted. I'll take electrocution every single time. I'm not getting near this yacht. So we're gonna end that. We're gonna end it for boats. We're gonna end it for trucks. The trucks or the tank of diesel fuel goes from New York, a big, beautiful Peterbilt or any of these great companies. They go from
Anyone that wants to come on, you're welcome to. I'll put the link here again.
much of the truck is used the capacity for back
Um,
are very heavy and very big, very, very big, many times the size of a tank that carries lots of gallons of diesel. You have to stop 6 times and you have to get charges. There are no charges. The whole thing is, it's the kind of thing that if your 5-year-old grandson were sitting up here and you gave him a quiz, he would say, don't bother with the electric. There's another thing. The truck is so heavy because batteries are very heavy. The truck weighs more than twice as much as a gasoline truck. So what happens, a diesel. So what happens is they have to fix every bridge all over the United States to handle the weight. Every bridge has to be rebuilt because the weight is double and triple that of a gasoline or diesel tank truck. And you say to yourself,
I didn't realize this. I don't know if you can hear what he's saying.
Why are they destroying our country? Why is it that they're destroying our country? All of that stuff is going to end. We're not going to have.
Why are they destroying our country? It's exactly what I've been. The whole theme of today's episode has been through movies, through culture.
We're not doing it. The weightlifter. You see the weightlifter, they break a record by like 130. A record stands for 18 years. And they're putting a quarter of an ounce on one side of a barbell and a quarter of an ounce, that's what it is, just if they could beat it by a half an ounce. And they just can't do it. They tried in the Olympic trials. A young woman, beautiful young woman, rather muscular, I must say, rather strong looking, beautiful woman. She gets up and her mother's in the front row and her father's in the front row and her relatives, everyone's rooting for her. Come on, baby, you can do it. She gets up, she can't do it. She can't. She gets up to here. I can't. Oh, Mom, I'm sorry, Mom. And this goes on and on. Nobody was able to do it. Then this person that transitioned, lovely. He transitioned, recently transitioned. And they said, do you lift? Not much. Are you good? I don't know. I'll tell you after I try. And he goes over it. Did you see this? Boom. He throws it. And then he says, why don't I practice a little bit up here? He does it. The whole thing is crazy. Swimming this.
Oh, Gotham City says he has next week's slab picked out already. For those of you that don't know, on Thursday nights we do a live stream called the Dum Dum Celebration in honor of Edgar Rice Burroughs. The great apes in the Tarzan books had a Dum Dum Celebration. At our Dum Dum Celebration, we start each episode by smashing a slabbed comic. And Kevin at Gotham City Comics has one picked out, and sometimes Night Tiger's on, and he'll smash one. I think he prefers to do it on his own show, but he's smashed a few on, at least one on our show. And so that'll be something to see a comic freed, and he's freed. Kevin at Gotham City Comics has freed comics. He freed House of Secrets, I think, last week. Before that, he freed a copy of Warren's Monster World with Frankenstein with the Santa Claus hat. What else did he? Oh, we freed an amazing adult fantasy. A couple of issues before the first appearance of Spider-Man. I don't know. I don't think he's selling that one. If he was, I'd be interested in getting that. Usually, because apparently what Kevin tells us from Gotham City Comics in Mesa, Arizona. You should call him. Gotham City Comics in Mesa, Arizona. It's a wonderful store. You get just about anything from him. He says slab comics don't sell well in comic stores. That's what people don't realize. I mean, if you want to sell a comic through the mail, people kind of expect it to be slabbed sometimes because they want to be able to trust the rating, the condition that you assign to it. But in a store, people would prefer to buy something that's not slabbed. They'd rather discover something than maybe get it slabbed themselves. I don't know. Or maybe if they're intelligent people, never get it slabbed. But if you've got slab comics, it's not going to be a good seller, at least not in his store. We're going to try to get on a new a viewer named Adam on Thursday. If we can figure out how to get his phone to connect to StreamYard. He's got a lot of pre-code horror. I'm really looking forward to that. In fact, after this stream ends, I'm going to need to research what's going on and why. I think he's got to set up a Google account, maybe something. That'll be fun. Anyone else that wants to appear on Thursday night, I just put the link in the chat. Anyone can click on it, and that's how we've met amazing people like Dr. Fibes and the Centaur, and I don't remember who else. Um, Seems like Friar Tuck has come on. Who else have we met that just clicked on the link and you can send the link privately through email, and then you'll know who's going to be on your show, but you'll never have any surprises. I think Eric's back.
I am.
Yeah. So, did you come up with the name Four Color Fossils, or did Micah come up with that name?
That was me.
Oh, okay, that's great.
I'm a fan of self-deprecation, so it seemed to fit.
Yeah. Sometimes that works better than others, but I don't know. Sometimes I don't know. Seems like sometimes I don't know what I'm trying to say. So when the first time it was done, was it the three of us, or was Meyer? I'm trying to remember how it was originally configured as far as the first people.
I think there was only a handful of us on the first time, and I think it kind of just grew from there.
Yeah.
Because I had an idea of who I was hoping would join us. And I think it was this question of reaching out to them and being able to coordinate the schedules and whatnot.
Yeah. When I first started noticing people on YouTube that were into comics, my my wife's family is in Houston, and there was a bad hurricane, and they dodged it, and they put on Facebook, "We're fine," and then the next morning there's a little bit of water seeping under their front door, and they videotape. They were, recording it with their iPhone or whatever, and it's like, oh shoot, it's starting to get to be more. And then before long, they had 6 feet of water in their house, and they were on top of their pickup truck, and they had to be rescued in a canoe. And my wife's sister was pregnant at the time, but she had to swim behind the canoe because she wouldn't fit in it with her child and her mom and the guy that rescued them, and then the baby that was born that was inside of her was named after the guy that rescued them in the canoe. But anyway, their house was all ruined, and they were in a hotel or motel or whatever, waiting for everything to be fixed. So my wife went down to Houston to be with her family for a couple of months during that process. And so I was just alone with, the TV and YouTube, and I discovered um, Rod and Captain Strange Life and Silver Age Dave, and I think I discovered your channel, and I just don't remember who, but I found this. There were people that were my age or relatively my age that were into interesting stuff that weren't, because all my life, yeah, like you said, I never knew comic collectors, um, people that collected other things, but comics might have been one thing they collected. Um, or they just collected only war comics, or specific niches of comics, like maybe they collected monster magazines but not comics. And anyway, it was interesting to find people that were really close in what they collected. I didn't really know they existed from going in comic stores, which usually was a miserable experience all my life. Whenever I went to a comic store, I just tried to tune out the talk around me. It was sometimes they'd talk about something, usually it was just so obnoxious. And I'd go to comic book conventions. Oh, actually, I did meet. I take that back. Well, I knew Joe Riley in the mid '90s, who did the Hypnotic Eye show, and he based that show on a magazine I was doing. He said I wanted to do a video equivalent of the magazine you were doing called The Sophisticate, and that show became pretty famous. There's like I don't know, like an astronomical amount of people that follow some Facebook page someone set up, like a fan page for the Hypnotic Eye. It's like many thousands. I mean, it's incredible. My wife showed me the other night. It's like, look at how many people follow this, and it's like, I mean, that was his show, but I mean, I helped out. And on the second episode, I pretty much did the whole thing. He did the editing, but I told him exactly what to. Anyway, I did some of the voices of the puppets and things. But he collected comics, but not as much as he collected Japanese toys and Ultraman and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And he designed. Man, he was a special effects technician. But what is my point? What is anyway? I discovered all these people on YouTube, and that's and then I started a channel about maybe 6 7 months before the pandemic started, and 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 then when StreamYard, I think Micah figured out StreamYard, and then I thought, well, this might be pretty cool, and I remember testing it out and playing around with that, and that's and so I've met some people by putting the link in the in the chat instead of being private, and that's because if I just made it only private, well, that seems like that would be more work than anything to have to send people email. But it's allowed me to meet some people. Gotham City Comics. Would I ever consider bringing your magazine back? I found pretty much all the originals pages where I could probably reprint them. I could bring it back. Yeah. I'd need to get a better printer set up. I don't know how many people would care about a physical magazine now, but I mean, I think the right people would care. I might, that's something I could do, I guess. Now you can get things published by, where, like Land does. That might be something, and then you could actually be published where people can that where Amazon or they print it for you. You don't have to go, because there's no printer here locally where I could print it off. Um, yeah, it's weird looking back on it, because I'm trying to remember how it all went down, but I don't know. Um, so I don't know. Um, so So, but you're doing okay. You're gonna make it through all this. You're not majorly worried.
Uh, I'm not majorly worried, but I've had some issues that hit 4 years ago at the beginning of the pandemic that have hit me again. I'm trying to work through them, and
Oh,
you know,
okay.
uh, yeah, it'll get better.
All right. Well, yeah, man. Um, so, have you seen the videos from Dr. Fibes, or have you seen his appearances on this show?
Yeah,
Oh, that's right. We
I
talked
streamed with him. Yeah,
before. Yeah, you were on a
yeah.
stream with him.
I watched his um drive-in video from last night.
Yeah,
Yeah, I've seen a couple of his videos. Yeah, yeah.
yeah.
I really like him. He's a good guy.
Yeah, that's how a lot of friends that I've had throughout my adult years have been more like that, where they're into comics, but it's not their main focus. And I mean, if comics had been my main focus, I mean, I could have a world-class collection if that's all I spent money on. Instead, I've got a lot of different stuff. And um and I like it. I like to be able to talk more than just comics like I can with you. Charlton 66 really into music as well, and other aspects of culture. Captain Strangelifeis knows about rock and roll, and is willing to, is open minded enough. Now he's into the Cramps, which is
Yeah.
really cool. He's willing to experiment and learn about new stuff. That's a great thing. I like to learn about stuff from people, and not just hold up comic books and this, I got this, I got this, I got this. I like to spend some time, if it's a childhood comic, talk about it, thumb through it, uh, or if it's something that's not a childhood comic, it's from before I was born, look through it and look at the time period that it came from, and look at the ads, and it's kind of a sociology lesson about life in that time period and everything. That's just how I like to do it. And I don't know that, some people like that, some people don't, I guess.
I always thought that the only drawback to the Fossil show was that we didn't have time to talk about talk much about what we were showing.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't see. I never really. I guess I never realized that there were rules, so I kept talking about stuff. I don't know if that went over well or not. I might
No,
have.
I think
I might have been dragging the show down.
I always enjoyed that. It's just if when we had a full house, it was, like I said, it was hard to get through everybody's rounds, and that's why I like if we did, because I'm always interested, because you've brought it up. I am too. I'm interested in what where you got something, why you got something, what it meant to you. Like, did you bought this comic and a certain song was on the radio, and now 50 years later that song comes on and you're instantly taken back to when you had that comic book for the first time, or vice versa.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah, yeah, yeah,
I've always
yeah.
liked stories like that.
Yeah, yeah. As opposed to these people that are just buying comics because the Key Collector app told them to buy it. They don't. That has no. They have a wall of comics, but they don't have any stories to tell. That's I like stories. That's been always been my thing.
Yeah, I mean,
Um,
I don't get me wrong. I would love to have, was it classic or comic book Comic Collector Geeks collection. But I don't. He's so busy getting more and more and more that what are his stories? I won this in an auction because I had the money to win this in an auction. I which is fine because like I said he's got that world class collection. But
Yeah.
I'm more interested in the hows, the whys, and the where's
Yeah.
and whatnot.
He's got he's got good taste. He buys the right stuff. He buys it all slabbed, and you can't look at the inside of the book. And so yeah, yeah, you're kind of limited. As far as it's like, okay, you have a book from 1945. Okay, you weren't alive then, but you can talk about what was going on at the time this came out. It was a few weeks before the end of the war. And you just get us. I just like the history stories behind it, not acquisition stories. About I it's just but that I think more people prefer that type of format because they just want to see the books, or they just want to lust after having those books. I don't know. um I don't know about it. Just I just like to talk about them, or about records or whatever. I wish if YouTube would just let me spin records, I'd have a whole lot more fun. And because I could play them while I look at the comics and magazines, and because I would love to teach people about music and share so that they could learn about, because I want to, it's not teach, but share. This is great stuff, but a lot of people have never heard of this. I'd like to share it with people. I feel bad about showing comics when the economy is like it is, because people that collect comics are an obsessive group of people, and they're going to go out and seek out, some of them will. And like Crypt Keeper of Castle Hills is, I've shown a book and he's gone out and gotten the whole run of that book. because
Yeah.
and it's like, oh wow, that's great. And it's like, well, right now, with the Russian fleet heading to Cuba, this may not be the best time. Then we probably should be getting bottled water instead of comics. But you know, I don't know. Sometimes you feel guilty about that. Like, spend your money on something else. But I don't know. I mean, what do I know? I'm not as- I'm not really living up to my what I'm saying. Missing Mars says, I buy more fun stuff when times are tough. Yeah, but buying a lot of, if you can budget it. It's just that there are people that are obsessive compulsive in the comic book collecting community. I'll say that word. It's just and they go ape shit, man, and then bad things happen. I mean, and you can't. Uh, I think we're in pretty scary times right now. I mean, because I think the other side are realizing they don't have a prayer of winning this election, so they're going to do something to make sure this election doesn't happen, or war happens. Oh, they're going to do, because they're desperate. They're like an animal backed into a corner, a wild animal that's, you don't know what they're going to do. But I don't know, man. Ugh. So I think that you should wait. These comics are still going to be there, and they're going to be out there in more plentiful numbers. Not to be morbid, but they're going to be flooding the market in a few years, and I don't know. And it's like, what? So I build a complete run of some comic. What good is that even going to do me? Oh shit! I got a cramp in my leg. Oh man, I don't know.
You're right, but then again, if we put too much thought into any of our hobbies, we could come to the same conclusions. And I think that's one of the things that, like, I'm not a hunter,
Mhm.
you know, so I guess looking for comics is kind of, yeah, like scratches that itch that I think
Yeah,
is genetically hardwired into us.
right, right. Yeah, I just can't do it because there's no comic. I'd have to drive an hour to get to a comic store, but that would be fun. Yeah, I remember those days. um, Justin says, Breen, what did Marvel do to Chile in 2010? I tried to
Oh,
Google it, but not much luck.
they did a series called Models with, I think Millie was in it, Chili, Mary Jane, and I can't remember who the other one was. And she
Oh,
was a total lesbian chasing after every woman that she saw, which was the absolute polar opposite of what she was in the, you know, in the past.
oh, okay. Well, yeah, that figures. That was in 2010.
Yeah, thereabouts. Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. So, are you going to be doing any new videos?
Probably not in the near future because I all I ever did was haul videos, and I'm not really doing any, you know, comic shopping these days. So there's
Yeah. So what is the next show you're going to be on? Are you going to be on the auction tonight?
tonight we are doing 2 readings and then a cover challenge. God
Okay.
damn, I can't remember. I know we're doing. Oh goodness, I can't believe I can't think of this. I know Tuesday and Wednesday we're going to do Bronze Age first issues. Um, but I can't remember what we're doing tonight.
Hmm.
It'll be fun because Phantom Lady.
Oh, like a 40s Phantom Lady?
Yeah.
Okay. Huh. Neat. Well, I probably need to see what my wife's doing, but could I ask you a question real quick after the stream's over?
Sure.
Can you stick around for a second? All
Yeah.
right, guys, I'm gonna because I think I told Cleo I was only gonna go on for a couple hours, and I'm at almost 5 hours, so I may be in trouble. So, guys, I'll see you again soon. At some point, but definitely on Thursday. So take care, everybody. See you.